agribusiness development, climate smart technologies, and export expansion. This initiative is about capacity building. But even beyond that, it is a vehicle for empowerment by equipping our farmers, fishers, agro-processors, and exporters with essential tools and insight needed to navigate the complexities of international trade. We are preparing them and our sector for success. Our goal to maximize profits, satisfy external demand for Jamaican commodities, and even valuable foreign exchange, while encouraging and reducing imports. The success of our agriculture export thus far, particularly in yam and ackee, is a proof to what is possible when innovation meets determination. We recognize that significant opportunities remain untapped. And so, as we stand on the cusp of even greater possibilities, this clinic offers a timely intervention to address the critical gaps in market intelligence, export readiness, and value chain efficiency. Through the expertise of our dedicated partners, including JAMPRO, Jamaica Custom Agency, Jamaica Trade Board, and other esteemed stakeholders who are here today, we'll gain valuable insights into the market access, export procedures, business development, and strategic investment. I encourage all of us today, as we listen, to explore the possibilities and to ask whatever questions that you might want to ask, and build network, and of course, apply the knowledge gained from this clinic. Let us all seize the opportunities ahead and continue to position Jamaica as a formidable player in global agricultural market. Thank you very much. God bless you.
And we say big thanks to the Honorable Franklin Witter, our Minister of State. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Really driving home those main points. Indeed, this clinic is right on time as we're asked to expand and give the world more of the food that they love from Jamaica. And indeed, we're going to be giving you all the information that you need. Again, we're inviting you all to scan the back of your programs. If you're just joining us, we're inviting you to scan the back of your programs, please. And on there, you'll find the opportunity to give us some information so we can contact you after this event is finished, so we can continue to give you the information and hold your hand along the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we have with us our hard-working, passionate Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining, who is with us today to deliver his keynote address for this landmark event. So without further ado, please welcome the man who has been championing the new face of food to transform the agriculture, fisheries, and mining sector, the Honorable Minister Floyd Green. Put your hands together for him, please.
Thank you very much for our chairperson of today's proceedings, Ms. Debbie Bessoon, our Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, the Honorable Franklin Witter, our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Dermot Spence, JP. I'm going to be adding this JP. Our Chief Technical Director, Ms. Michelle Parkins, and her hard-working team. Could we have a round of applause for CTD Parkins and the team? They have pulled us here today. Other CTDs, members of staff of the ministry, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, our exporters. Good morning, everybody. I always used to wonder, when is it does one transition from youth to old age? And I used to hear it is any time that your knee starts giving you problems. Well, ladies and gentlemen, could you scrap the youth from my introduction? Because I can tell you, I realized over the weekend that I'm not as young as I think I am. And I had a difficult time getting here this morning, but we press on. I'm very, very happy to be here to launch our Export Expansion Clinic. And this is under our Export Expansion Capacity Building Program. For us, this is a pivotal step in moving Jamaica's agricultural sector forward, and is a deliberate approach by the ministry to strengthen our export capacity. We don't just want to speak about us focusing on exports. We want to be able to highlight the initiatives that the ministry has put in place to ensure that we're taking opportunities of, as you have heard from our state minister, the fact that all over the world, people are clamoring for Jamaican products. Jamaica is no stranger when it comes to export, and the data will show that we have generated significant income from the exportation of local produce and commodities. In fact, in 2023, we earned about 292 million United States dollars from agricultural exports. Our major areas are edible vegetables and tubers, miscellaneous edible preparations, preparations of vegetables, coffee, preparations of cereal. And in fact, in 2003, we saw a 9.4% increase in our edible vegetables and roots and tumors, moving from US $45 million to US $49 million that we generated. Under our miscellaneous edible preparations, we saw 16% increase, moving from US $42 million to US $49 million. Coffee, tea, meat and spices, 13% increase, moving from US $32 million to US $36 million. By now, most of you should know what our top agricultural export is. Exporters know. And it is and still remains yam. And in fact, we generated US $42 million in 2023 from the exportation of yam, followed by coffee, where we generated US $16 million, and mango, where we generated $3 million United States dollars. In fact, we are still compiling the 2024 numbers, but I'm pleased to advise that for 2024, our yam exports pass 50 million United States dollars. So we are exporting, and we are seeing increases in exports. But the fact is, we are still underutilizing our existing trade arrangements. We do have competitive and preferential access to a number of markets, and we have seen that the demand out there is far greater than we are able to supply. So this is about taking a strategic approach to meeting that demand. And the strategic approach takes a number of different forms. One of the forms is our export clinic. These will be extensive workshops and forums that will look to work with new and existing exporters, or farmers, or agro-processors, and other stakeholders by providing them with key information. We have found that one of the challenges out there is just an information gap. People not knowing what to do if they want to export, who to turn to, what is the avenue, and what are the markets, what is the potential, what crop can do well. And as such, we are going to be providing that information. We're going to be providing technical, and we're also going to be working with entities like the DBJ. And I'm happy to see the DBJ well represented here, because we're also going to be providing financial support to help our exporters to take advantage of the export market. Additionally, we will not just be providing technical capacity. We also will be providing macro-level support through enhanced market access. One of the things that we have been doing from the ministry, and we probably don't speak about it enough, is looking across the world at some of those non-tariff barriers. Some of the things that stops us from getting into our markets. And we have seen that unfortunately, even in the region, there are still some of those non-tariff barriers that we have to treat with. And the team from the ministry, our veterinary services unit, our plant quarantine, and our trade team have been working with those countries, and we are seeing increased access. In fact, we're seeing a lot of our poultry products make their way into Barbados now, make their way into Trinidad now, and the last time I was at Jamaica Broilers, they told me, PS, that they're now in Guyana with their value-added poultry items. And I think that is something for us to celebrate. So part of what we're doing is working with governments to ensure that we have the access. And again, over the last few years, we've seen tremendous access open up. The UK, we have benefited from Brexit, and now our soft fruits and vegetables can make their way into the UK. We have seen increased access in the Cayman Islands, and they approved almost all our items, all our tubers, all our fruits, all our poultry, and they're now making their way into the Cayman Islands. So at the macro level, we're going to continue to do that because this is part of one of our fundamental pillars, which is export expansion. But also, we appreciate that we can't truly take advantage of the export market if we're not producing sufficient quantities. So what we have to do as well is to ensure that we put in a framework to ramp up local production. And we are aware of some of the long-standing challenges. Long-standing challenges like access to water. And that is why we focus so much energy and money around expanding our irrigation networks. In fact, our Essex Valley project will bring 810 hectares of land, which is over almost 2,000 acres of land under irrigated cover. And not just irrigation. In Essex Valley, we're going to do irrigation. So we've already dug 5 wells. We've laid the pipes. We're doing renewable energy to drive that entire system. But we're also going to be doing storage facilities as a part of Essex Valley so that when we produce, we can store and we can export. We're also moving to bring irrigation into South Clarendon, South Manchester, on our South Clarendon and St. Catherine on our Southern Plains project, which will bring 794 hectares of land under irrigation cover. And the good news is that we are going to launch a part of this project, the Parnassus part of this project, in another month. So we have done all the work. We've done 3 wells. We've laid about 15 kilometers of pipes. Over 600 farmers will benefit. We are going to start commission that system so that those farmers will now have access to water. So one of our big drives to drive up production is to expand access to water. And that is just Essex Valley and Southern Plains, which you probably have heard about already. But that is Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, St. Catherine. We are doing work in Yallas. We are doing work in St. Mary in Lucky Pen. We are doing work in Hindstone in St. Anne. We are working now. We have about, outside of the Essex Valley and the Southern Plains, which is $10 billion worth of investment, we have another $700 million that we're working on presently to expand access to water in those areas. And I haven't even spoken about the biggest one, which is our Pedro Plains irrigation scheme, which we will break ground for, which will bring water to 3,000 hectares of land in our most productive areas in parts of South St. Elizabeth. So part of driving local production is about access to water. The other area that we're working on in a big way is research and development. And again, all of this ties into exports, because if we're not doing climate resilient production, if we're not doing the research that can bring the varieties that can stand up to these new diseases and the new climate realities that we face, then we will not be able to drive our export expansion. So we are spending about $6 billion over 6 years to redevelop Bodles. And this is in addition to 1.3 billion that we spent over the last 4 years working on Bodles. So we have done a lot of new things at Bodles. We've put in new labs, we've put in a new agriculture lab, we've put in new labs in general, we've put in a new goat house, we've put in a new milk testing facility, we're now doing a new piggery, but more than that, we're doing research around things like citrus, we're doing research around Scotch bonnet to ensure that we have the right seeds that can drive rapid multiplication. We're doing a new seed technology center so that again we can drive production, so we are not only able to satisfy what we need here in Jamaica, but we're able to truly tap into our export markets. So we are taking deliberate efforts to expand exports and to expand the range of services available to our stakeholders to ensure that they make informed investments in agriculture and contribute positively to Jamaica's export performance and food security. So, as I said, we've not only designed targeted programs such as this export expansion clinic, which will provide the in-person hand-holding, and where this is the first one, but we're going to take this on the road. So we will be going to St. James, we will be going to Mandeville, we will be going to St. Anne. I don't know how we could avoid St. Elizabeth, but you know, I will speak to the team about that. I don't see it in the brief, but I have just included it. But we are doing other things, and it is my pleasure to unveil today the newest addition to our suite of practical tools provided by the Ministry of Agriculture to drive export expansion. This is the Trade and Market Intelligence Portal, which streamlines all the ministry's market information, its tools, its systems, its agencies into one single platform that is accessible to everyone. And I want you to give the team a big, big round of applause. So what we have done at the ministry, we have recognized that normally you would have to go to multiple different spaces, areas, divisions of the ministry to get information about export. I would have challenged the team to pull all of this together into one space using the technology available to us. And coming out of that, we have a brand new Trade and Market Intelligence Portal. This portal is fully outfitted with investment guides, profiles, and calculated return on investment. So literally, you can go on the portal and you can see what do you need if you're going to go into yam or sweet potato. You can see what sort of investment it will take, what is the length of time, what is the best area to plant it, and more than that, what sort of returns you can get. Because you will also be able to see what are the demand numbers in the various markets. So you can see what is the US asking for, what is EU asking for in relation to how much quantities we think we can supply, they are demanding, and more than that, what are the market entry guidelines. So again, when you wonder and you say you want to get into agriculture, you want to get into exportation, we now have a portal that you can go to get all that information. Additionally, the ministry has done a lot of research work, a lot of studies on what can work, what can't work, where is the best area, what is the best approach to take. All of that will be there. Plus, some of you may not know, some of you may know, that there are incentives for people who want to get involved in agriculture in general, or who want to get involved in export agriculture. You can bring in almost everything. We haven't even spoken about agro-processing. And remember, our sauces are seeing the largest increase in export expansion. Our sauces, our pepper sauces especially, are taking the world by storm. I mean, they've had good track record, but now there are so many different brands that if I start calling names is problems, that are on shelves, retail shelves in the United States. So we're going to provide centralized access to market research studies, incentives, waivers, and importantly, the application forms. So you won't have to go all over the place to wonder how you apply, where you get the form, and as an application form for your incentive, for your waiver, and also for your license to export. And we have also included in it a step-by-step guide as to how you export fisheries, agriculture, and mining products. So what we've really created is a one-stop platform for the exportation process for this ministry. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the first of great things to come in relation to our export clinics. If you don't know, I know you are now very excited. Some of you have been exporting for a long time. Some of you are new. We do have land available, right? So please speak to Mr. Vivian Scully from the Agri-invest Corporation. Our applications are open now. Some of you who are exporting, you will have to vertically integrate and get involved in farming as well. So please, those lands have access to irrigation. Let us capitalize on the opportunities. You know, the beauty about Jamaica is that we are truly a God-blessed country, because almost everything we grow here is better than the rest of the world. And no matter how they try, and they do try, to recreate what we have, but the reality is that our ginger, by our studies, 10 times better. Our turmeric has 7 times more the active ingredient. We have the best coffee in the entire world. And clearly we also have the best rum in the entire world. The point is, we have a tremendous opportunity. Let us take advantage of it and expand our exports. Thank you, everybody.
means. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is your opportunity. You get the chance at this time to ask questions of our members here seated at the head table, or minister or state minister. And of course, we want to ensure that you're able to have anything at all. And your permanent secretary, of course, he is ready to take your questions. So this is a microphone. I'm going to hand it over to the usher who is on the floor. I think our head table may have a microphone. Do they have a microphone? This is the only microphone that's here? Do you have another one that can serve? We can pass this one along. All right, so we have a microphone there for the audience members. And I'm going to hand this one over to Sir Witter. So ladies and gentlemen, please, we are able at this time to take any questions you may have. It is that kind of a forum. We want to hear from you based on the presentations that you've heard thus far from our PS. And of course, our minister and our Minister of State. Yes, first question. We have one question here, another question here, two questions. Do you have any on this side? Right here. And another here. All right, so we'll take the first questions. Please, sir, go ahead, stand, introduce yourself for us, and state your question and tell us who you'd like to pose it to.
Hi, good morning. My name is Javian Blake. I'm with JC Foods Limited. We are the breadfruit producers. We're getting the world to eat more breadfruit. I'm sure some people here have tried our breadfruit chips. If you haven't, you should try it.
We sure will.
Yep. So my question is really around the actual practicality of some of the new implementations. Are you going to be having like agents going out to test these new solutions? Because one of the things I find is we have resources to say, hey, this is how something's going to be done. But when we actually try to actually get access to the resources in the field, there's a little bit of like a gap. So I'm wondering, I think a way of doing it, like a gap analysis obviously would be a good way to do it, but in a practical term of like, when we now have this system set up that's supposed to streamline our export processes, how can we go about having a few people from the ministry or someone just like randomly show up and actually try to walk through that process and make sure on the ground the operations are actually behind the strategies that are to be implemented?
Yes, a good question. And the answer is yes. And this is the part of the reason why we're starting with these clinics, so that we don't just develop these systems and leave them and expect them to work. Right? We can walk you through it. We can do some hand-holding, and there will be follow-up. Because we do appreciate that sometimes you, with the best intentions, implement processes, implement new systems, implement things that are supposed to make it easier. But unless you do the requisite checks to ensure that it's achieving the outcome, then, it doesn't happen. So, one of the things that we have come a far way in, from a ministry perspective, is now a robust system of monitoring and evaluation, extremely robust in relation to what we do. So we are getting better at that. So the answer is yes. And keep it up in relation to breadfruit. Breadfruit is one of our priority crops. We do have 3 or 4 priority fruit crops. Breadfruit, mango, ackee, and in avocado as well. Right? So tremendous market out there for breadfruit and for things like breadfruit chips. Breadfruit is a superfood, gluten-free, so keep at it.
Thank you so much for your question. All right, the lady right here in black. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Yes, I'm from South Shilani. My name is Juliet Brown Garden. Mr. Minister, we are hearing about different crops, and Shilani produce the most yam. So I want to know and get some information about that.
Yes, so yam is, as I said, our #1 export, and that is because of the hard work of the people of South Trelawney. right? So part of what we're going to do is see how we can provide some more support to those farmers. So we actually worked with Job Product team to develop a yam strategy, right? Because we don't want to take it for granted that because we're doing well, mean we must just relax. And we know that there are issues in relation to costs. We know there's issues in relation to input costs. That makes it very difficult to the farmers. We know the terrain is challenging for you to work on. We know you still have some issues in relation to yam sticks and those costs. So we are actually planning to come to South Trelawney in April, right, where we have a new road that we're going to open, but we're also going to have an engagement with yam farmers. So ensure that Michelle has your information so you can tell all of the people, right, that we're going to come down there, we're going to meet. We have some other things that we're looking at, including sweet yam. So there are things that we have for the yam farmer, right? So we're going to come to you, meet with her as much as you as possible, have a big thing, outline the strategy, and we'll move forward from there.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, sir, please go ahead, stand and introduce yourself and give us your question.
Hello.
There you go.
Jordan Dawson from Dawson Trading. We export fresh Jamaican mangoes to UK, Canada, and the US. We're also one of Jamaica's leaders in IQF, or quick freezing of Jamaican agricultural products. I heard the minister mention something about research being done, and I'm extremely excited about that aspect of things. I think agriculture is a science, and we need to have the research behind what we're doing in all segments. So I'm very happy to hear about that, Minister. I'd like to know how the research is allocated, like what problems do you tackle, or how do we communicate to the Ministry of Agriculture to say that, well, we're having issues with the mangoes, with anthracnose, or we're having issues with the ackee and with the moisture content or whatever. How do we communicate to the ministry to kind of direct that research so we can solve our problems in the agricultural sector?
Yeah, very good question, and I'm happy you said it, because sometimes we forget that agriculture is a science, and we're not going to move agriculture forward unless we have a strong research agenda, right? So the research division, and what I hear you saying is that it might be like a challenge. We might have to make it easier for you to communicate with the research division, and we'll put that in place. Bodles is our center of research, and our research division is really based there. But you can communicate through the channels that we already have, through the ministry, through the trade portal, right? Or directly, if you're out in the field through RADA. Normally, the majority of farmers, what would happen, once they see something out in the field, they raise it with RADA. RADA would then raise it with the research division, and we would dispatch a team to look at it, right? So that's the underground way. But you can use any of the technology methods, including customer service. So people might not know that our customer service email portal is extremely monitored. They have turnaround time, they have standards, they're supposed to respond to your request within a day, 2 days. They have literal terms of reference. So you can literally send it in, and we can try and dispatch a team.
All right, thank you so much for your question. We do have another one on this side. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Good day.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Michael Hutchinson from Ebony Park, Agro Park. Minister, the Agro Park was created for small and medium farmers, right? To actually get together as one unit in order to produce for both export and local consumption. And the reason why this was done is that for the fact that each individual person could not afford certain facilities that is required for the agro park that is now lacking, right? And these are things that will be needed for a program like this. Stuff like storage, and storage for each the different type of products that are being produced. It is lacking. And when you look at the roads, on the park, to the park, the intervals, right? when rain fall, I'm afraid to go down because the last time is a tractor for pull me out. Right? If these things are not fixed, we will not move. If I can store my produce so that I can go back to plant, right, we're going to be in the same position day after day. So I see you direct somebody to Mr. Scully. You need to Mr. Scully need to have the resources in order to do these things, right? If not, we are going to be just like, we're not going to move.
Yeah, so you've highlighted a fundamental issue on our opportunity. The agri-parks have always been a great concept, but the agri-parks were not built out to truly achieve what they were established to do. So we have agri-parks that don't have storage. We have agri-parks that most of the agri-park or a significant portion of the agri-park don't have access to water, right? That has not focused on drainage for a long time. So part of our role now is to fix the agri-parks, and we've started that process, right? So we've identified a program. In fact, we've already gone to the Public Infrastructure Committee of Cabinet of the Ministry of Finance to ask them for resources to do a specific program around our agri-parks, especially focusing on storage. We've already gotten some resources from JSIF that we're doing to expand our irrigation in the existing agri-parks. And part of the ask for finance is not just storage, but infrastructure, storage, roads, drainage. So we are on that trajectory. The good news is that no new agri-park will suffer the same fate as the old ones. So
Use the mic.
Hold on, we need to ensure that we have an online audience, so we need to ensure that you're clear. Go ahead, sir.
Ebony Park, the first agro-park that was established,
yeah.
right? And when I listen to the news, when I listen to the radio, everything is being done for everywhere else, right?
No, so right now,
and we just left.
no, but again, the problem with it's how it was established in the first place, and that's why we mustn't. Unfortunately, what we're doing now is to ensure that no new agri-park is established like Ebony Park, right? Every new agri-park has to come with storage, has to come with a proper road network, has to come with renewable energy to drive the irrigation infrastructure. So we're learned from the past mistakes and doing it different. But we're not abandoning Ebony Park. So as it is now on the ground, we're doing 100 acres that is coming under irrigation. And I'm sure you see that work happening now. What I'm saying to you is that Ebony Park will get the storage. Ebony Park will get the road network dealt with. But we have to approach it in a comprehensive fashion. And that comprehensive fashion is that, unfortunately, it's not just Ebony Park. It's Ebony Park, it's Yalas, it's almost all the agri-parks. Because we did it wrong in the first place. So now we're trying to fix that. It's going to take us a little time, but it will be sorted out.
All right, we have time for just this final question, sir. Go ahead, introduce yourself and ask your question.
Bradley Edwards from Clarendon.
Go again with your name?
Bradley Edwards, citizen of Clarendon. Minister, I think the team is doing a very good job so far, based on what I'm hearing. We were approached in Clarendon about planting pimento at one point, right? And when I mentioned it to the farmers there, they were like, every time they come to ever plant something, you know, they plant it and then there's no market at the end of it. They are quite disillusioned and it's very hard to motivate them. What is going to be different about this that we can be able to motivate them?
Yeah, good question, and thank you. We're working hard, but you know we have a lot of ground to cover. And just as my friend from Ebony Park, we're starting with things that should have been done decades ago. So it's always a task to try and catch up. Yeah, that's the reality. The difference that we're taking now, especially in relation to exports, and I'm happy you raised pimento because we have a program around pimento, turmeric, and ginger. And the difference is that we identify the market first. And to be honest, this is the sort of approach we want for agriculture in general. We want people to be planting to a market, not planting and then wondering where the market is going to be. So we've said to the teams, engage the farmers, not just to say plant pimento, but say, plant pimento, this is the person who will buy it from you, and this is the price that they will pay. So that you can work out in your mind if planting pimento makes sense for you, right? And that's the approach we're taking in general. So it will take some work on the ground, right, to engage the farmers directly. Where we want to go, ideally, is to have more of our exporters sign contracts with farmers to say that, listen, we will take this amount of pimento for you over this year for this price, but the farmers on their side also have to honor the contracts when the contracts are signed, and not because the price go up somewhere else, they say, boy, they're not bothering with the exporter. So actually, in the program that we have now, through JACRA, that is the model. So the model is that we're bringing together agro-processor, farmer, input provider, and financier, so that we've signed some contracts, they know the price, they know the quantities, so that when they plant, they don't have to wonder who is going to buy, right? And I think the more we do that, the more the farmers will engage in planting again.
And I think that is our final question. Ladies and gentlemen, can you just clap if we have one more? Oh no, we're going to have to take this one because we didn't have any question from this side. There are two more? Whew. And the Honorable Minister is insisting that we take those. I know we are strapped for time, but we're going to have to take those. Go ahead. So you have the microphone with you? All right. It's on its way. Introduce yourself and give us your question. And that will be, those questions will be the final two questions that we take. All right? Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. The name is Tony Grant from, again, Ebony Park. I think that the conversation today has to start between the farmers and the exporters. I represent a group, and basically my group avoids exporters because we are not too sure of the specifications what the exporters want. It's easier for us to sell to the fresh food market, higglers and processors, because we know what they want. Higglers want anything, everything. And the processors want grade, last grade. Because at times when the exporters come to your field or you send the goods there, they refuse or reject most of what you send. What do you do with that? You know, so the conversation has to start between the exporter. If you want to expand exporting, the conversation has to start there. And the other thing is that we need more assistance from bottles, especially when coming to planting materials. We do a lot of sweet potatoes and peppers. So we can't get good planting materials. And because of that, our yields are very, very low when it comes to sweet potatoes. So we need to have year-round access to good planting materials. And as mentioned before, we need storage facilities. But I won't go into that. But we need to start a conversation between exporters and farmers.
Thank you, sir, Tony. Can we give Tony a round of applause?
Yes.
Because in his comment, it has kind of validated why we're here, right? And this is what we picked up. And this is why we've started this. Because we have to have a more direct conversation between the exporter and the farmer, especially in relation to what they want and what they're looking for. And it goes both ways, because the exporter also wants a more direct conversation with the farmer, because sometimes the farmer, as I said, sometimes the farmer come this time and it's good, and then as soon as they can get a better price on the fresh market, they're gone. And they don't realize that the exporters have contracts and they have a set, so they don't want to be able to do X this week and then next week you can't do. So, you know, this is why we're here. In relation to the planting material, we agree 100%. In fact, we just launched, I would say, additional program around sweet potato and the planting material for sweet potato. Some additional work we're doing with ECO and Bodles to rapidly increase access to proper planting material around sweet potato. And as I said, we have a seed technology center, so you will see greater access. We need the farmers, however, to take advantage of the access. Some farmers, Tony, as you know, even when we make the planting material available, they're adamant that they're going to go the cheaper route, which is to take planting material that they have used before and take it from other sources, and then they complain when the yields are poor, right? If we have done the research and we have said to you, this is the planting material that can withstand disease, that can give you the productivity, it's a business. So people have to invest in the business and use the planting material. So I agree with you, we have to expand access, and we have to work with the farmers to ensure that they don't just take a shortcut. Because especially now with what we're seeing, the shortcut's not going to work. And I have gone, you know, and with this, somebody close to me went into potato planting. And I mean, the first year, did very well, make a good money. And I say, yes, him find this are the answer. And the second year now, he had bought the slips, brand new, you know. Second year now, I say, well, go on. He said, boy, about plant out. So I said, okay, get the slip and thing. He said, no, man, I saw slip with me take and another man down the road with the plant potato. Him give me some of him slip. Well, just to say, he has put down potato planting. Because the second year, where he expanded, he ended up losing. Because you just have to stick to the fundamentals. So I agree. Our last one.
Thank you so much, Sir Tony. Thank you, Minister. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lee Koikoli. I'm an exporter from St. James. All right, so we spoke about yam and turmeric and coffee and the rest products that are very, good and they're popular in the export market. But what I wanted to bring up was sorrel. And on the same, we have a superior quality of sorrel here in Jamaica compared to the rest of the Caribbean, right? However, to piggyback on what some other persons were talking about with regards to the farmers, and you, Minister, mentioned also agro-processing, and when we talk about going forward and how we need to innovate more technology in what we're doing, because what you'll find every year, last year was a little bit rough because of burial, but what you'll find every year is that you'll have an order for a quantity of sorrel, right? And you want the farmers to also be benefiting from what they're doing. Now, if somebody said that they want 1,000, 2,000 pounds of sorrel, fine, you can find it. However, the time it takes for the farmers and the people that they use to actually produce that amount of sorrel, it's not economical, and sorrel is very fragile. So what you find that they're doing is using the age-old method of the umbrella spoke to push out the sorrel seed, and it takes eons for that to be done. And by the time you get the sorrel and you put it on storage in Montego Bay or wherever else you're sending it, if there's a single delay for the flight or otherwise, your sorrel get lost, or by the time it reach up there, it can't sell. So we also have to think about how we can innovate technology. I'm not sure if there's anything in place as yet, but based on what I know, to just figure out ways that we can have the process going a bit faster so that we can get the products overseas as fresh as possible, because yam and some of the others have a longer shelf life, but things like sorrel, just one example, it's a challenge that we still face.
Yeah, I think you've raised some very good points, especially in relation to the demand out there for sorrel. In fact, I went to investors forum in New York, where I was pitching for them to get invested in agriculture in Jamaica. And one of the ladies who came up to me is doing a quite popular sorrel drink in the States, and she started with Jamaican sorrel, and she made the point that she has had to look elsewhere, for soil because of the inconsistency in the supply. But clearly she wants Jamaican soil because the quality is better, and you can tell. So with that said, we have to infuse technology in what we're doing. One of the big problems that soil farmers have now has to do with labor, right? We have been working with a local company who've designed a machine to pick soil, to extract the seeds and de-seed the soil, right? And I think we purchased one or two that we're going to pilot in our soil producing areas to see how it goes, see if that can reduce the time that you spoke about, make them more efficient. We have to do some more research work, right? And this is part of what we want, and Jordan said it, we want experts to also say to us, look at this area. Is there any way we can extend? What else can we do to ensure, so we're very open to that. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. Everybody, put your hands together for the questions that came in, please. Thank you so much. And we do have, I saw just now 30 persons online watching. Our online audience, if you have any questions, please type them in the chat section and we'll try and take them. But we say thank you so much for joining us. And we say thanks as well to our head table. Big thanks to the Honorable Franklin Witter, Minister of State or Permanent Secretary, Mr. Dermot Spence, and our Honorable Minister Floyd Green for their presentations this morning. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you. And Honorable Minister Floyd Green, they're asking that you pose 2 questions to the audience who have been listening keenly and give them a chance to win 2 grow kits, please. And as you've seen, the audience members have been very, very attentive, latched on to every word. So they are ready to answer the questions that you're going to give them. And I see your PS influencing you there, sir.
All right, first question. What is our number 2 by way of earnings agricultural export?
Oh, this is too easy. Who are you pointing at, sir? Who said it first? Who's the best in gaming and lotteries?
You put up his hand first.
You put up your hand. You're an orderly gentleman. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was waiting to be acknowledged.
Orderly gentleman.
It's coffee.
All right.
And for the record, I am from Blue Mountain, so
So you deserve it.
Not eligible for entry. You know too much. You know too much. Congratulations to you. Next question.
What is the name of the platform that we launched today? All right.
Gentleman in the white shirt raised his hand. I just like orderly people who don't shout answers.
Yes, Jesse Linton is the name. So it's the information trade portal.
Is that correct, Michelle? Not really. Almost. Close. Let's see if anybody has come closer.
Go ahead, the from the parish of Clarendon.
Let me see if anybody has come closer.
It's the trade information portal.
No, almost. I see somebody over there, so.
At the back?
Yeah, right at the back with the glasses. Let's see. We're getting warmer. We're getting warmer.
Almost there, almost there. Yes, have the microphone.
Trade and Market Intelligence Portal.
I'm so sorry, can you go again for me?
Trade and Market Intelligence Portal.
That is the answer. Give her a big round of applause. It's the Trade and Market Intelligence Portal.
Thank you so much. That is your grow bag.
Minister Witter will hand out the
grow bags
to the winners.
Come, Sir Witter. They say you come with your photo face this morning, so they want to make sure they capture it. You have to smile brightly for the camera.
So it's a Trade and Market Intelligence Portal.
Thank you so much, Minister, and congratulations to the winners. Yes. For the persons who are joining us online, somebody answered online, don't worry, we're going to have a question just for the online audience, so stay with us. Stay with us, please. We will give you the opportunity to win something, and you collect it at the ministry. Let me get out of your photo. Congratulations again. And there you have it. Thank you so much, Sir Witter, for handing those out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our clinic begins right now with our first presentation coming to us from a very passionate Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Her name is Ms. Michelle Parkins, and she's going to be providing us with an expansive outline of the strategic programs and initiatives designed by the ministry to support export expansion. And I know for those who did not get the opportunity to ask those questions that you had burning, hopefully her presentation will be able to cover it all. And again, we ask that you put your questions on that cue card that you were given, please, because we will be taking them right after, all right? So again, we're asking you to just be mindful to add your questions on the cue cards provided. But at this time, let's welcome Ms. Michelle Parkins to the stage, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Minister Green, Honorable Minister Witter, Permanent Secretary Spence, representatives of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining and our portfolio agencies, our partner agencies, our exporters, our agro-processors, our farmers, our private sector representatives, our media, good morning to you all. Is morning still? Good morning. I also want to extend my thanks to my team, my trade team, but also the respective teams that I have adopted across the ministry that would have made this export expansion clinic this morning possible, and all the other island-wide clinics will be possible based on their support, and I want to extend my gratitude to them as well. I'm supposed to be pointing this way, right? So, in the ministry, we are serious about and committed to growing exports. And so we are implementing a number of strategies to expand agriculture and fisheries exports globally. You would have heard about our new Face of Food strategies, and these are our strategic framework for transforming Jamaica's agricultural sector. And you will see from the face that one of the 4 fundamental pillars is focused on export expansion, diversifying and increasing our agricultural exports and strengthening our presence in international markets. So strategically, we are dedicated to agriculture and fisheries export expansion. In the ministry, we have 6 main strategic priorities, and one of the 6 focuses on market-driven agriculture and fisheries. What does that mean, really? It means that we are recognizing that Jamaica's agricultural market and exports are important to boost our country's economy and enhance our livelihoods, leading to outcomes with positive impact on growth, competitiveness, and economic stability. Therefore, the strategic priority focuses strong emphasis on responding to market demands and the dynamics that will enable or increase exports. It prioritizes a market-oriented approach focusing on increasing our agricultural production for markets and exports. And therefore, we're taking into account in the ministry various factors, which includes improving our productivity, which includes sustainability, meeting market requirements, increasing market access, and enhancing the competitiveness and profitability of the sector. What do we intend to have as outcomes? We are increasing our exports and our export-ready products, and we are increasing the availability and access to agricultural markets and export services, and we are in the ministry focusing, giving dedicated focus to increasing trade in agricultural services. And I'll tell you what I'm talking about in a minute. So strategically, we are looking to increase by 25% select agricultural exports to regional and international markets. I should tell you that we have categorized in the ministry local exports and international exports. So for us, local exports mean exports into our hospitality sector, exports into our agro-processing sector, as well as international and regional exports. So we have an expansive framework built out for exports. What are some of the things that we're doing in the ministry? Tony spoke about production. And we have to ensure that we expand our production to meet our target export markets. It means, Tony, that we hear you. Volumes have to be produced to meet these export market requirements. Specifications have to be met. Quality has to be met. And more importantly, for some of you who export some products, especially our Aki exporters, you know that traceability is very, very important in exports. So as we produce and we're making that significant link to our export markets to ensure that our farmers and our fishers are producing to meet export requirements from go. One of the things that we are heavily focused on, especially going into the new financial year, is ongoing market research and intelligence, because we want to know what it is that the export market is requiring. So we're answering that call, and the agro-parks people, when they come to present, you will hear from them about some of the arrangements that they're making to expand agro-parks, whether they're agro-parks for crops or aqua parks for fisheries products. We're looking to expand those arrangements, and for those arrangements to as well take into account our production requirements. We have identified quite a number of priority crops, and you will hear from the presenters after me about the volumes that are required in our export markets and the untapped potential that are in those markets. But we have a list of priority domestic crops and livestock. We have a list of new face of food priority crops and livestock, and you will see that some of those overlap, and these are the ones that we are driving. We're driving on an extensive list of products, but we are focusing for the purposes of our export expansion program on these. We have the 25 by 2025 Crops and Livestock Initiative, and we have indicated to our partners in CARICOM that we want to contribute a significant amount of exports to reduce the $6 billion food import bill in CARICOM. So we have indicated to the region that we are going to be looking to produce to tap into those regional markets. And while this is a 25 by 2025 initiative, based on recent climatic events, the region has agreed to extend this period to 2030. So it is now 2025 by 2030, and this presents an opportunity for us to produce and expand into those markets. The list is not exhaustive, so as we are able to meet those market requirements, we will continue to add to the list for 2030 and beyond. Of course, the fisheries people will not be left behind. So they have a range of fisheries and aquaculture priorities that they are focusing on for the export market as well. And you will hear some more about that in later presentations. But we are acknowledging that we need to do some market intelligence. So a comprehensive international market demand study is what we're going to be embarking on. And we're going to call on our partners in JAMPRO and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to use, through your international offices, the resources that you have to be able to complete this market study for us, to identify current and potential markets for expansion, and to help our exporters to understand preferences and trends and demands and market entry modes and market growth potential. What do we mean by that? We are hearing a lot about what the countries need in terms of volumes, but we need to go a little beyond that to determine who are the people in the countries, which are the entities and the volumes that they need. So we need that study to tell us what Target needs, what Costco needs, what Walmart needs, what manure in Switzerland needs. When I go to Switzerland and I go to manure, there's an entire floor dedicated to agricultural products. As you walk through the floors, one is dedicated to agricultural products. What are the opportunities for Jamaica to get all the way to manure in Switzerland, right? So we want our partner entities to work with us so we can tell our exporters that these are the specific needs in these territories, where the needs are, and what are the requirements that they need to be meeting for those needs to be able to expand those exports. Of course, we are looking to increase or enhance our support services to our exporters to be able to make you more competitive in the marketplaces. So a lot of our export markets are asking for exports from entities that are accredited and certified, right? And we are embarking on an accreditation and certification drive, and as well as to improve our food safety system so that we will not have issues with accreditation, certification, and food safety systems getting into marketplace. We're strengthening our market linkages and our market information systems to get you better information and better access to and better links. You will hear later from our partners at DBJ and Exim Bank, but the ministry is actively engaging with these organizations to extend specialized financing options to support agricultural export expansion. They have some facilities. You will hear about them this afternoon, but we are engaging with them to see how we can improve on that. We are looking at how we can increase our incentives to the exporters. The conversations have been largely around, and in more recent times you would have heard incentives being announced for the farmers and for production and the productive sector. But we are going to be working to see how we can place more focus on expanding our incentives that drive exports. And of course, through our market linkages, we are going to be working with our private sector to integrate you into what CARICOM is developing as a CARICOM marketplace. We are continuing our work to expand or improve our export facilities. You'll recognize that one of the things that we are working towards in the ministry is to implement an effective ante-mortem and post-mortem system that is to be able to meet traceability requirements to export more of our animal and animal-based products into the export markets. And we will, as I said, continue to modernize and our surveillance and traceability systems. So these are some of the things that we have been doing. We have been maintaining our certifications in GAP, HACCP, ISO, and we are extending those certifications to farms and factories, right? One of our entities that are doing that right now actively is JACRA, and the Banana Board is also another entity. We're expanding our warehouse spaces and our inspection areas. There's a new plant quarantine inspection facility in Kingston. We're retrofitting our warehouse spaces in Montego Bay, and we're modernizing and upgrading warehouse facilities for our coffee exporters as well. We are improving our treatment facilities. You will hear from Plant Quarantine a little later about how we're doing some of that specifically, but we continue to improve our fumigation processes to ensure adherence to best practices. And of course, we are strengthening and improving our export permits and export certificates and licensing arrangements. So while some progress has been made in this area, we know you want your permits and your export certificates faster, and we are working to strengthen those arrangements so you can get that. We are also strengthening our arrangements through establishing and improving and maintaining quality control processes, and we are continuing to improve our business processes across our agencies. But more importantly, we continue to improve our labs so that where there is a need for test results, that we have accredited and improved labs that can give you test results quickly and efficiently so that you can meet your export requirements. One of the things we're looking at is to see how we can allow some rebates and some discounts based on export performance. So we're going to be exploring that. If you are high volume exporters, we will look to see what sort of arrangements we can put in place to incentivize you. But as we seek to meet export SPS regimes to meet export market requirements, the reverse is also true. We are asking our producers, our farmers, and our agro-processors to produce more so that we can export more and to support our import substitution program. But we need to also consider imports that affect exports, import that affect production. And so we are working actively in the ministry with the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development to support the development and implementation of a regime that supports the use of product standards, certification, SPS measures, and procedural requirements to protect our domestic industries and ensure product quality and safety, and to promote local production that will also increase your exports into export markets. Of course, you heard about the Trade and Market Intelligence portal this morning, and we will have that up for you by April. By the end of April, that should be up and fully functional for your utilization. We're strengthening our other platforms as well. So we have Jamis and we have Alexis, which are our linkages and information platform across our agencies in RADA in the ministry, and we are strengthening those other platforms for you to be able to utilize as well. We spoke about the CARICOM marketplace, and what we are going to be doing is, first, CARICOM is asking for our Jamaican producers and our Jamaican exporters to populate this marketplace with the information on what it is that you have to export and what it is that you have to sell and your volumes. And so actively, my team will be working with our private sectors and our exporters and our agro-processors and our primary agricultural farmers to build your capacity to get yourself in this marketplace as well as to maneuver the marketplace. Of course, we continue to build your capacity, and today's clinic is one such arrangement. And as the minister would have highlighted to you, we are going to continue to have these engagements to stimulate you to take greater advantage of your existing arrangements for trade and to meet your export market requirement. And one of the things we will have after this event, and that's why we're asking you to make an effort, a very concerted effort to scan the QR code and leave your information, because we are going to have what we call the Export Expansion Support Program. And that is the program that will continue after, I believe the question was asked, after we leave here today. We will give you individualized and tailored support based on your product and based on the markets that you want to get into. So today, while we are fulfilling the need for the information that you may want to allow you to consider export expansion, we are going to give you individualized and tailored support through this program. To support, keep forgetting to press down there. We are going to continue to enhance our promotion of traditional and non-traditional agricultural products for export. So one of the things that we will really need to do is to build brand awareness and to market the products that we have. The minister is already committed to, our ministers and our technocrats in the ministry are committed to participating in the agricultural trade shows, exhibition, and industry-wide arrangements globally. We will be continuing our agricultural and fisheries export and trade mission. And as you would have already heard, we would have embarked on 2 Eat Jamaica across the diaspora campaign. We're going Eat Jamaica globally to promote the Jamaican products for the export markets. The minister would have already undertaken 2, one in Florida and one in New York. And as we move into the new financial year beginning April 1, we will increase those engagements. Of course, one of the things that we are going to be doing is to implement a robust agricultural and fisheries marketing and branding strategy in our targeted market. And thanks to our partners at JCIF They have provided us with resources to have a dedicated marketing and public relations arrangement to develop and execute a comprehensive program around 3 strategic areas of the ministry, and one being marketing or export expansion and or Eat Jamaica Across the Diaspora campaign. Of course, market access is important. Of course, market access is important. And one of our strategic initiatives is to increase market access for select agriculture and fisheries exports to our regional and international markets by 25%, right? So we are focusing in the ministry on the need to increase market penetration into existing markets, to acquire new markets, and to negotiate new trade arrangements, as well as to review existing trade arrangements that will allow us to be able to do that. In summary, we have 166 countries across the world that we can export to based on our WTO arrangements, our multilateral trade agreements, and our most favored nation arrangements through the WTO. We also have some other plurilateral arrangements, which allows us some sort of duty-free access into respective territories. In the United States, we have the CBI. In EU, we have the EPA. We have the United Kingdom Economic Partnership Agreement. We have CARIB-CAN through Canada. And we have 14 member states of CARICOM that we can import in duty-free. We also have some bilateral arrangements through CARICOM. We have 5, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Colombia, and Venezuela. All of these markets allow us special and preferential treatment in some way, form, or shape, and we are going to be exploring how much of these our exporters are utilizing and continue to build your capacity and your awareness of these arrangements and how you can access those. We also have pre-clearance programs with the United States. We have trade arrangements with China for some of our seafood or conch and our lobsters, and we're looking to expand these. We have special arrangements with the Cayman Islands. And if memory serves me correct, we have over 50 products, agricultural products, that we can enter the Cayman market with through some sort of arrangement. We have active MOUs that we are now working on with the Turks and Caicos Islands and the Dominican Republic to increase your market access. We have technical cooperation arrangements, quite an extensive list. This list that you see here is not exhaustive. There's quite an extensive list, and as we compile those, we will be communicating with our exporters in these forums what these technical cooperation arrangements allow for you to enter your international markets. All right, we have active negotiations going on right now with a number of countries, and you will see them on the screen. But more importantly, we are looking at your localized regime. So through our international trade division, we are now looking at the common external tariff regime and to see how that regime needs to be reviewed to either to adjust the tariff rates to allow you greater competitiveness. One of the biggest things, one of the biggest issues is the determination of rules of origin. And those of you who export will recognize that it is not easy to determine in this modern globalized world, right? We're at a time when rules of origin arrangements are becoming more complex, but your rules of origin arrangements is the arrangement that allow you to produce locally and to export to your export markets duty-free. There are some instances where, for example, the rules of origin arrangement allows for wholly produced. It says, especially for our agro-processors, that your product must consist of products that are produced in the region. But as we are all aware, the region do not produce some of these raw material anymore, and you need to import. But your product still needs to qualify for rules of origin status to allow you to access those markets. We are taking that into account, and we're in active negotiation, not only for our CARICOM arrangements, but for our other bilateral arrangements, to have those arrangements change to allow you to become more competitive So active negotiations are going on. And as I close, let me focus a little bit on trade in agricultural services. The focus has predominantly been on trade in goods. Services is what we call the invisible trade. Jamaica's trade in services has been primarily centered on tourism, financial services, and the creative industries. But it's about time that we begin to talk about trade in agricultural service. It is time that we begin to promote trade in agricultural services. So, at the ministry, we're heavily focused on developing and implementing a comprehensive framework for trade in agricultural services by 2028. We have a number of services that we can trade. We have extension services, we have veterinary services, we have sanitary and phytosanitary services, we have laboratory services, we have soil management and land preparation services. After almost $8.8 billion of investment in R&D, we will have research and development services to trade. We have agricultural investment services. We have a whole range of other services. And therefore, we are going to unleash the potential of trade in agricultural services. So we are identifying through market research the countries that are demanding these services, and we are building the capacity, training and certifying our agricultural services providers to meet these demands. And we have set a target that we will begin to actively export agricultural services in an increased way by 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Michelle Parkins. Wow, what a lot of good, valuable information. Did we learn something new? Only 3 people said yes. Did we learn something new? Oh, okay. Let me see how much you've learned. How many countries do we have a multilateral relationship with and we're ready for export to those countries now? How many countries total? How many? 166. You are correct. Did you win something earlier? I feel like I'm giving you multiple grow bags. I don't understand. Oh, you didn't? Okay, we're going to get you your grow bag. Congratulations to you, sir. Good listening. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on because we do have quite a few presentations to get through. All right? And now we're looking at market opportunities and potential. And just before I head into this, I want to remind you all to record your questions that you may have post each presentation on your cue cards, please. Do you have our cue cards? Yes? Everybody's identified their cue cards? You have them. Good. Put your questions there. I know you may have a number of questions coming out of each presentation. So please, we're asking you kindly to put your questions down, please. Here we go. Market opportunities and potential. Now, a key component of the Export Expansion Clinic is to broaden the horizon of our stakeholders on the tremendous potential and opportunities abound for Jamaica's exports. And coming to provide us with empirical analysis on market opportunities and the potential is Ms. Shalika Darby, International Trade Specialist in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining. Give her a big round of applause, please, and let's welcome her to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful morning, and again, welcome to the launch of our Export Expansion Clinic. I adopt the protocol that has been established, of course, acknowledging our ministers who are here with us, our permanent secretary, our CTDs, and all of you stakeholders. Can all the exporters, farmers, agro-processors, whoever is in the agricultural space, just give yourselves a tremendous round of applause, and all of those who are from the ministry and from the public and private sector serving these stakeholders, please give them a round of applause as well. It is very essential that you are represented here, and this information is for you. Again, this is our introduction session in our launch clinic, but as we continue with the sessions, we really want to ensure you're taking notes, you're keeping us accountable, and asking the right questions to get you to your export goals. So we're getting very practical today in regard to the export opportunities. And CTD Parkins would have, of course, laid a very strong foundation outlining the suite of projects, initiatives, plans, incentives that the ministry plans to implement to ensure that we are serving you effectively. So I will go now into the practical elements, the actual market opportunities, the products, the spaces, the prices that we want to hear more about. And again, this is an introduction, so as we go further into the clinics and continuing, we'll have more information provided to you in a more deliberate way based on your own areas of interest. I think I left my clicker. So CTD Parkins, as I mentioned, would have outlined the range of agreements, arrangements, and protocols in effect. And essentially what these agreements do is make export cheaper, quicker, and easier for us as Jamaica, right? So each of these agreements either provide you with a lower duty rate, which is zero for most of them, zero rated for agricultural products, and some of them actually include pre-clearance procedures that make export more efficient, should make export more efficient for us as the exporter. So what has been our performance? In 2020, right, and I'm going to direct your attention quickly to the graph here, we've observed from 2020 to 2024 that there has been growth in our exports. We don't talk about it enough, but our exporters are doing quite well, right? They're making the effort. Again, we can do more, but we have seen at least a 13% increase over 2023 so far, and so we really just want to give the exporters a round of applause for their efforts. Moving forward, our export potential still remains significant, right? It's very vast, and so we want to encourage our stakeholders to take a look again at the screen. What we found is that though we are exporting sorrel and peppers and breadfruit and ackee, there are at least 149 product lines that we have not yet tapped into, or for which we are not yet at our full potential, right? So product diversification is very important, but we really want to encourage our stakeholders to look broadly at the opportunities available and to see where you can also add additional products to the suite of products that you're offering, Mr. Breadfruit. All right, so we move now into the trade overview. We've seen that, again, there are several products that have been top contenders. I won't spend too long here because we will go further into each. But again, yam, coffee bean, sweet potato, kola nut, which is busy, dasheen, mangoes, fresh breadfruit, turmeric, fresh bananas, and hot pepper have been significant performers in terms of the top 10 export earners for Jamaica year over year. In terms of our dependency, though, on our partners, we do find that we have a relatively high concentration and a dependence on some markets when it comes to partnership and trade. So the U.S., undeniably, is our largest trading partner, with 61% of our exports going to the U.S. But there's Canada, Japan. Markets are established and performing in Cayman Islands, China, Netherlands, Belgium, Taiwan, Korea, Italy, and several other countries. I really believe that wherever there's a Jamaican, there is a demand for Jamaican products. So it is really incumbent upon us to expand the markets and to expand our diversification in terms of our trading partners. Moving now into the new face of food, as Minister has outlined, there are several crops that we have prioritized for investment, for technical support, and of course for exports. Yam, again, being our top performer. The market opportunity for yam is very significant. So Jamaica is currently ranked #1 in the world for yam. We are again #1 in the world in terms of our yam exports. but the market demand for export is significantly higher than Jamaica's export, right? So it's currently exceeding $300 million, that's US dollars annually, and Jamaica's exports have surpassed 50 million US dollars annually. So we still have a lot of room to grow to displace some of those other exporters. But again, we are #1 in the world, and that's something to be celebrated. And then, of course, look at the demand to see how much further we can go. I won't spend too long here again, so we've gone through the prices, and as you go through the clinics and the hand-holding, we will teach you, train you, show you all the different price information that will help you to position your product effectively in the markets. Going to mangoes, again, the demand for mango is very significant, and we're just talking here about fresh mangoes. The market for mangoes goes far into value addition. So for persons who are interested in mangoes, the discussion starts at fresh mangoes, which is where Jamaica is, but the discussion really does not end there. It goes into purees, it goes into jams and jellies and spreads and all kinds of additives, into fruit smoothie mixes, etc. And that's where we want persons to be thinking when we talk about mangoes. So value addition is the next step that Jamaica needs to get into, but for now we are still not serving the demand for fresh mangoes. So you can see in the US that demand exceeds $800 million US dollars annually. Similarly, China and the Netherlands, and you go down the list, there's a significant demand across the world for mangoes, and Jamaican mangoes, we believe, are the best. So we have Keat and we have East Indian and all of these mangoes that we want to get exported. I believe the mango season starts in May of this year, my PQPI colleagues. So please speak to them before you leave as well if you're interested in exporting mangoes. Right, so for mangoes, we went a little bit deeper as well, and I just want to share that with you quickly. We looked into some of the cities, and we'll be sharing this with the participants in the clinics. So we're going to be telling you not just the country where the mango is in demand, but the cities and the locations where we have found that mangoes are being exported. And then you can also get information on how these cities are ranked as you begin to prioritize which markets to export to, what areas to export to, and also see where your connections exist or can be established. B for breadfruit. So I know at least one participant is with me on this slide. So I'll go a little deeper just for you as well in regard to exports of breadfruit. So for breadfruit this year, we're not where we were last year in terms of volumes, right, and in terms of earnings, but we're still quite high compared to other agricultural exports. But for breadfruit, we really, again, want to push value addition. We want to push into the tostones, into the breadfruit flour, pancake mixes, and smoothie mixes as well. We found that countries like the DR have started to eclipse us in some spaces based on value addition. So that's really an area where we have to tap into and maximize the opportunities available. And of course, the markets exist quite significantly in the US, but Europe also has become a rising star, so to speak, in terms of breadfruit imports and value-added breadfruit imports. We've gone a little bit deeper here into the cities as well. So New York, where are you exporting to, my friend? What cities are you exporting to? Atlanta and Texas, wonderful. So you can now start to consider New York, Miami, Port St. Lucie, then you're in Atlanta, but Seattle is also demanding breadfruit, right? So for the UK, you have Luton, Croydon, Bristol is also there, Hampshire. For Canada, similarly Toronto, Alberta, Montreal, Ontario, and again in the clinics, we'll go even deeper into these demand studies that we're doing for the cities and other localities. Sweet potato, good sweet potato. So sweet potato, again, is a very high performer in terms of our breadfruit or exports, but the market is still not saturated with Jamaica's exports, right? So the market is demanding over 700 million US dollars in sweet potato year over year, but Jamaica is only earning $3 million. Think about that. $778 million for 2023 is earned from sweet potato exports, but Jamaica is only earning $3 million. It's a drop in the? Right, so we have a lot of opportunities here and we need to maximize them. For sweet potato, I want to just share with you some of the other countries where there's a very high demand. So There's our unrealized potential, which is Jamaica's immediate. If we were to capitalize on what exists now for us, the space that exists now for us, that is on your left. But the general demand from these countries is on your right. Right? So for the Netherlands, you can see that immediately they're saying now, if we're ready with the product now, we can earn an additional $3 million in the Netherlands alone. We're currently not exporting to the Netherlands. The UK is also next. The USA, we have at least 500,000 US that we can earn more from our exports to the US. France is there, Thailand is there, Germany, Switzerland, of course, is there, Hong Kong is there. But the demand still from these countries is significantly higher than our immediate potential, right? So there is an opportunity. Canada, Saudi Arabia is a country that continues to come up for us in our analyses, and we'll share those deeper in the clinics with you. Saudi Arabia, of course, but the UAE generally is a space for agricultural exports and for Jamaica's agricultural exports. They've said to us, we want your products, we just want them to be consistent, right? So they know that they're far away, so when we're sending a container, they want us to be loading another container that will get there in time before that shipment is out, right? So there's potential there for sweet potato and also for other agricultural products. Right, we've discussed some of these elements in general, but again, we'll go deeper into the value in each market. Cayman Islands, of course, is a very close, high-value market that we want to share with you. And in terms of the cities, again, Quebec, Alberta, Montreal, Markham, Calgary, London, Gatwick, Sheffield, Manchester, Bristol, Heathrow, and of course, in the Cayman Island, Grand Cayman and Georgetown. So for those who are serious, really ensure you scan that cue card and we can continue the dialogue after this. So for Aki, our markets generally are concentrated in the US again, but we are exporting to CARICOM, the UK, the US, Canada, of course. And then there's demand now from Colombia, the DOMREP, and Europe. They have come to us and said they want Aki from us. Are we able to supply them, right? So as long as we're able to supply, we already have a market interest, direct interest being expressed from these countries to which we are not yet exporting. And the earnings are here per kg for Aki. Well, again, we'll go deeper into this in our, as you become more familiar with us in our export clinics. I'm going to share briefly on the CARICOM market demand under the 25 by 2030 initiative. And as CTD Parkins outlined, CARICOM ministers of agriculture had agreed that they want to trade more among themselves. So they no longer want to be dependent on foreign imports. We want to be able to displace our imports that are currently, and the money that is currently being expended overseas through regional trade and regional investment. So this is what the regional initiative is about. So it's been extended to 2030. So it's now, we want to displace 25% of our imports by 2030. Poultry, number one. Jamaica is already taking advantage of this. Very proud of our poultry exporters. Can we just give them a round of applause for those who are here and those who are not yet here? We have a lot to be proud of in poultry. There are several countries that are import dependent for poultry, but Jamaica is not only self-sufficient, but we're exporting into the region. So that's a very significant achievement for such a small country for this product. And again, we're encouraging more investment in this area. Similarly, we can, not sure if the clicker is working. Someone from ICT could assist. All right, so for pork, again, Jamaica is fortunate to be not only self-sufficient, but we're exporting pork into the region. The market demand is here. The regional demand for pork and pork products is $39 million. And again, this is pure imports. So we want to displace at least 25% of this $39 million by the end of 2030 for pork and pork products. All right, so avocados are next. And again, we know that avocados are an important part of our own, diet here in Jamaica, but at the scale to which the international markets are demanding avocados, we would need to significantly scale up our production and our operations. I'm sure that will come out in other presentations here, but essentially what we're showing you is the demand for avocados in the region, but with the understanding that there's an even higher demand for avocados globally, and there's an opportunity here again for investment, for production, and for export. Livestock, I'm showing you briefly. So these are some of the achievements, again, that we can be proud of as a small country, right? These are the kgs that have been exported from Jamaica into the region. So you have poultry, you have pork and pork meats, beef, as well as milk. And again, Jamaica should be proud of being able to export sensitive items, not only produce them for a local market, but again, exporting these products at the regional level and looking to the further value addition for international markets. So there are emerging opportunities, and this is one of my favorite parts of our discussion, and we'll have more discussions on this, but Jamaica has a range of nutraceuticals and products that we have been taught about and told about. Your grandmother said, drink this bush, your auntie says, try this herb, and it actually works. And what we found is that internationally now, the science is catching up to our grandmothers and to our aunties and to the generations before us, and they're proving that these medicinal herbs were always high value and they're now in high demand. So the nutraceutical industry is exploding. Bitterwood chip, guinea hen, cheney root, kola nuts, but now you have avocado leaf, ackee leaf, bamboo leaf, breadfruit leaf, Cersei, cheney root, again, dog blood, fever grass, and they're going into all of these major cities, New York, Michigan, San Francisco, California, etc. You can go through, but again, there's so much opportunity for the things that our grandmothers or traditional medicinal personnel taught us about that we can now begin to earn from in fresh and value-added form. Turmeric, of course, is one of them. I could not skip turmeric. International global demand exceeds $300 million. Jamaica's exports still teetering a little bit, not quite where we want it to be, but again, focus on the opportunity and not the performance just yet, because this is another nutraceutical that we need to invest more in for to increase our export earnings. Meat of sheep and goats, the ministry has a massive program around small ruminant development. We have incentives that support investment in small ruminants. We have waivers for duty for small ruminants coming into Jamaica. So again, a very good opportunity for investment. Speak to Agri-invest about this as well. And the markets are there, the UAE, Malaysia, Japan, Netherlands, Canada. And again, we have not begun to export any significant quantities of small ruminants, but the global demand exceeds $9 billion. So I'll touch on this, but I know we have specialists in the room who will touch or go further on this. So again, if you're looking and you're interested in benefiting from these opportunities, you have to look at your networks. We're going to go into the product preferences for different markets. We're going to talk to you about costs and about price elasticity. We're going to talk to you about product positioning. So based on the product that you have, we'll talk to you about how best to position it. Should it be a luxury item? Should it be cheaper so that everyone can afford it? And of course, we're going to talk to you about how to just establish a very good commercial presence for the market that you're interested in. And then you'll get a lot of information about our varieties, our labeling and production standards that we encourage persons to utilize and adopt. Value addition, again, I heard someone talk about IQF, which I'm very excited to go into deeper with you, knowing that you have that knowledge of GI protections, how to leverage Jamaica as a brand, and then of course we're going to be telling you all of the incentives and services that help you to be successful. So again, colleagues, thank you all for being here, and we look forward to engaging with you as the program progresses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Darby. I saw everybody had their phones out, snapping away, ensuring that we're taking the information. Was that insightful? Learned a lot? Happy about what you've seen? Are you encouraged by it? Yes, 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 absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we invite you, if you do have questions, and from a presentation like this, I'm sure there are many questions to be asked. So we're inviting you to make sure that you add those questions on your cue cards, please. The ushers, can you identify yourselves, please? The ushers will be collecting. There they are. Can you raise your hands for us? The ushers will be collecting those questions. If you have questions, they're going to be collecting those at this time. During the break later on, we're going to be able to take those questions and answer them. And if you do have any questions while our presenters are here on the floor, and I think they're going to be here for a while, so you're not wasting any time at all, you're able to ask those questions. And for our online audience, again, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I do believe that our social media team, they are monitoring the chat on the YouTube platform. So if you have any questions, please post them there as well. Okay, here we go. We're moving on. The market penetration strategies. By the way, let me check in. How are you guys feeling? You feeling all right? I know we had some breakfast. Nobody not falling asleep yet? Do me a favor. Stand up for me, please. Stand up. Let's stretch it out. Come, stand up for me. You came inside here from minutes to 9 o'clock. You just sitting there enjoying the good food from turnover, you know. Yeah, man. Let's just stretch it out all the way up. Hands all the way up. Stretch it up. Stretch it up. Yes, stretch it up. The gentleman who are there scribbling and sitting, he doesn't want to lose his thoughts. I'm waiting on you. My hands are going to be up until you get up. There we go. Hands all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to the sides. We're in one room. We're no family. So we're touching it, but that's fine. Okay, to your toes, to your toes. The minister say you have to take off youth off emblem, because once you can't touch your toe, something wrong. Well, touch your knees. Just rub your knee, because some of us, our knees need love. Yes, the knees need love. All right, rock it out. Are we ready? Ready again? All right, good. Here we go. Have a seat. Now, building on the support and perspectives of the ministry, we have Ms. Shanoy Coombs, Market Entry Specialist from Infinity Integrated Marketing Communications Limited, who's going to give us some practical advice, usable advice, on how to penetrate or target markets. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her, please. As she makes her way on up here, Shanoy Coombs, looking absolutely gorgeous and ready to take this microphone. Here we go.
All right, thank you so much, Debbie. I'm glad you did that before, because sometimes it's good or bad to speak before lunch, because people are either thinking about it or they're tired of everything that has happened before. So the first thing I'll do is that I'll set my timer because I want to keep within the time frame. Thank you so much. As we go through this discussion. So a quick note about my presentation. I would have gone into several components, but I'm happy that having listened to other persons before me, they have set the context. So I will go directly into the things. So even though I have some things on slide, I will just jump over them. So a little bit about my company, Infinity Integrated, Infinity IMC for short. We specialize in diaspora, regional, and international markets, and this has worked in our favor in both ways. We work with clients who are based in international markets, such as the Norwegian Seafood Council, who import over 90% of the saltfish in Jamaica, and we also work with entities that are exporting their products across the region and also into international markets. So that's a little bit of context. And you'll see here an article, for example, where for quite a while back, we have been encouraging entities to take their businesses region-wide and into diaspora markets. So this is something we have believed in for quite a while, and so it was indeed an honor to speak to you today about this topic. And just a snapshot of some of the entities we have worked with, including, I see someone here from West Caribbean, and I worked on that project a while back. I see several other persons who I've met from time with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And so I think, just being well-paced and in good company. I will slide that, but I will say a key thing about my own experience is that in addition to the work done from a communications, branding, marketing perspective with international organizations, is also the skill set I have in terms of cultural awareness. So I went back to school at some point and I did international management. And so this is a key skill set, especially when you're transitioning into a new market. So just a little guidance in terms of what we will be describing or what we'll be speaking about today. Can everyone hear me? I kind of feel like, yeah, all right. So a lot of the presenters before, thankfully, have highlighted the opportunities. And I do have a question, though, because based on what I think Shalika just said, the opportunities are many. The markets, in some instances, are basically saying, we are ready. If you have the products, we'll buy it. Why then do you need to be invested in market penetration strategies? Anyone? It's like it's bag juice. If everybody out in half a tree want bag juice already, why do you need to invest in anything related to making them know about your specific bag juice? Anyone? Well, a key thing, of course, is market competition, right? And I always say to people from a branding perspective, there's a reason why the coffee that you buy from the gas station sells at a much smaller cost than the coffee that you buy from Starbucks. A huge part of that is the branding and how Starbucks has positioned itself. So it is important that even where you have willing and ready and active customers saying, take my money, you also develop strategies that will help you to ensure that you are connecting with them and also that you're connecting with potential niche markets where you can have a higher earning potential. I didn't start my timer, so my 15 minutes start now. All right. So I won't go into all of these because several of the presenters before me spoke about the regulations, the trade agreements, etc., partnerships. But what I will dive into a bit is the market research and cultural awareness. Now, a few presenters spoke at length about marketing, generally understanding the market. But for market penetration, I want to focus more on understanding the market behavior, right? You need to understand who it is that you're selling to. You need to understand their likes, their dislikes, their preferences. You also need to understand that you're coming from a place where advertising and marketing may mean something very different in Jamaica from what it means. I won't even go further afield, what it means in Trinidad. And more so once you go into European and American markets, etc. So, with your market research, you want to ensure that you're thoroughly understanding your target audience. Their preferences, their demand interests, and so across Europe, for example, there's an increase in interest, and I'd probably say globally, in organic foods, foods that are labeled as non-GMO, foods that people are able to clearly read the labeling and packaging and know exactly what it is that they are consuming. And I would say with this as well, you don't just want to look at the people you're trying to sell to, but you also want to look at the competition. I remember I was having a discussion with the gentleman at the back there, and I said avocados when Shalika mentioned it. When you go into lots of these international markets, the avocado looks very different. It's often smaller. It looks what we call floxy. Sometimes I actually wonder if it's edible. And so when you look at the avocado we have, just in terms of how it looks, how it presents, the texture, etc., there's a clear value proposition there in terms of positioning that in the market. And you want your research to be something that you do continuously because you want to see how much competition is creeping up, but importantly, are there niche segments of the market that are underserved? So for the client I have in Norway, for example, we sent off some Jamaican chefs to go and prepare meals. They're right in Norway as we speak. And the young man had to leave and he was to take ackee with him because we can't find ackee at all in Norway. And ministry will probably need to fix that because Norway imports most of the saltfish here, but they don't have any ackee to go with it. So we're doing that cultural exchange. He's preparing ackee for them. There's no ackee there. So he had to pack his luggage with the cans of ackee to take to Norway with him. Some of the ackee was in his carry-on, and of course, I briefed him to say it's not allowed. So he, of course, reached to the US. TSA takes away the ackee. We're panicking because now he's stopping in Atlanta, then Amsterdam, and then on to Norway. And I said, well, the last chance you have to get ackee is more likely to be in Atlanta. He couldn't get it in Atlanta, couldn't get it in Amsterdam. The story goes on. We're trying to find all over Europe where we can find ackee. The client says, we have coconut. I said, well, it's not the same thing. So my sister lives in London, and I know that you can get ackee dime a dozen in London. So I said to her, listen, you have to go find a store in London, buy the ackee, and so we're comparing how much is it to ship it on Amazon versus if there's a store somewhere else in Europe we can ship it on. And it was cheaper for my sister to buy the ackee in London, jump on a flight, go to Norway, and deliver the ackee than for us to purchase it. So even all of the discussions here today is showing that there are, in fact, opportunities there, and we just want to ensure that we are in a position to tap into them. So you also want to be understanding bits about the lifestyle of the persons that you're trying to reach. And how do they communicate? What appeals to them from an advertising perspective? I will say in Jamaica, our ads, for example, tend to be very in your face. You see an ad and from its start and ding dong start tell you mackerel, you know that is a mackerel ad, right? But have you ever noticed when you're watching some of the ads in the US, you will watch the entire ad. You are either happy, excited, your emotions are being targeted, but you don't know what product is being sold to you until the very end. So things like these, of course, once you're looking to penetrate other markets, you have to ensure that how you're advertising, how you're presenting, how you're communicating is in fact connected with the persons in those markets. And I remember fondly, or not so fondly, my days in FAO, for example, we used to report into the Chilean office. And so there were sometimes campaigns that were done in places like Brazil, and head office would say, oh, you know, we had such successes with this program, let's do it in Jamaica. And as soon as I picked up that program document, I said, this is not going to work in Jamaica. Everything in terms of the approaches, in terms of how people consume information, I think at the time there was a lot of emphasis on online. We weren't there in the online space. So just to make a point about ensuring that you are translating and connecting in markets in the way that they are already using and what appeals to them. Okay, my clicker isn't clickering. Here we go. So just some key things as well, because again, in assessing your market, some of these are things that will help you to know who exactly you're selling to. If, for example, I'm selling maybe a photo shoot package, I'm just giving you a service example, it's more likely that women are likely to purchase that package. And so some of your products that you're selling, you need to know who you're targeting them to. Householders, for example, is gender a factor? Is education level a factor? Is the average dollar spend that the person has a factor? Are their friends influencing their behaviors? Is religion a factor? Like, you know, you're clearly not going to be marketing pork-related products to somebody who is in an Adventist household, for example. Is age a factor, and is family a factor? So you also want to be thinking about those. I had to do an international management study on Walmart. Walmart being a global giant. So Walmart has been trying to move into different markets. And so it has done successful in the US, successfully well across North America. But unfortunately for Walmart, it has not necessarily been able to translate well into other markets. Again, culture. Understanding the cultural nuances and what works. So these are a list of Walmart's failures, because in Germany, Walmart pretty much imported what they were doing in the US, which was to build larger-than-life warehouses. However, the German culture, people love going to the market, interacting with the farmers, picking up their bottles of milk, etc. So that did not translate well in that culture. Then they were also trying to do the same thing in the Korean markets, which again had a very different taste and preference. And then in Russia as well, they struggled for years to understand the marketing dynamics. And even in the UK, which they thought can't be too far off, same language, etc. Yeah, there are different nuances, but they thought it was surefire that they would succeed. Based on the cultural differences, they eventually had to sell their controlling shares in Asda. I'm saying all of this to say a company like Walmart with maybe mega resources, entire departments with research capabilities, huge marketing budgets, because of not understanding the cultural differences in the markets they were going into, they were not in a position to be able to connect and as such to remain viable in the market, right? And so because I have 3 main areas I wanted to go into, a key takeaway I want you to remember from this part of the presentation is that for us to successfully move over into any market, we need to understand the key differences between our culture and theirs. Like I could go into an entire presentation about this in terms of what's high and low culture, etc. But in summary, there are some cultures where you're marketing products where people want to be told in your face. Whereas for other countries, the marketing can be a little bit more on the subtle side. So you want to be understanding those differences so that you can effectively connect with the segments of the market. And sometimes it's not even rocket science. I know from persons in the room that sometimes some of your markets you're connecting literally with your cousin who left Jamaica and set up a shop. And my sister told me about somewhere she was somewhere in Europe. And this one Jamaican girl goes there and realizes there are some other Jamaican people and they want products. So she just linked up somebody from her community and she opened a channel to have products and services moving between them. And she's pretty much dominating the market, right? So sometimes it may start in that way, but if your intention is to expand the different entities that you're getting your products into, if you already have a uniquely branded product and you're not necessarily just picking up all of Grace Kennedy's products and exporting to somebody in a remote area somewhere, but you have your own products with its own branding, etc., and your dream and goal eventually is to probably see it on the shelves in Walmart or Asda, etc., you want to be very aware of the cultural aspects and also not just in terms of the communication and the advertising, but branding as well. And I will go into branding next, but I just wanted to touch on that. Sometimes we'll design things because we love it, but then it is not what the people we're trying to reach, would appreciate. So the next thing is in terms of your brand positioning. And I have a little definition here in terms of what it is. And usually people think of branding as just a visible thing, but I like the second definition here that says it's a set of expectations, memories, stories, relationships that account for a consumer's decision to choose one product or service over another. So when I asked at the outset to say if the market is there and everybody wants the product, why do you even need to bother to advertise or to position yourself? You want, I was talking to Mr. Dawson's, he's here in his shirt, right? Little things like these, you want to create a memorable experience. Usually when I'm talking about branding, I put some well-known logos on screen. There's no text, and I simply ask people, what does this represent? Almost instantaneously, people can tell me what Apple is. They can tell me what the Nike logo is. Without even putting the words, just the Coca-Cola swirl, they can tell me that that's Coca-Cola, that's Pepsi, etc. And that is what branding does. It speaks to consistency. It creates memories in the mind of your consumers. And importantly, it helps to manage expectations. When you take up all of your money and go and save and buy an iPhone, more times probably you want to floss, but more often than not, what do you think of with an iPhone? You think of quality, you may think of security. You go and buy a Nike, and based on how Nike has, you think of strength, you think about the longevity, performance as well if you're in the sporting and fitness space. So all of these brands have done an excellent thing of ensuring that persons have memories, emotions. And psychologists will tell you that people, they don't just buy what you're selling, they buy what it can do for them. They buy how it makes them feel. They buy the experience. And another part of it, people will say, people buy from who they know, like, and trust. And so that's one of the reasons you want your brand to get out there, because even if you're not on camera every minute talking, you want to have that brand story connecting with people so that they will want to purchase from you. And usually you talk about branding, people think, oh yeah, go and get a logo and slap it onto my shirt. But it's much more than that. It is a mix of your colors. It is a mix of your fonts. It is a mix of the kind of text that you use, and color psychology is key. For my own company, Infinity, we wanted to communicate professionalism, some level of peaceful aura. We also wanted to communicate trust. And so we went with blue. You think of yellow, it goes along with sunshine. You know, it thinks about energy. You think about green as well. It's about environment. So there should be careful consideration when you are creating your brand for export, that it is communicating the ideals. But I would also say, especially for exportation, you want to be extra careful in terms of the colors that you're choosing. Because some colors may not mean anything in your culture, but in other cultures, it can be a sign of disrespect. It can automatically kill your chances before you even begin. Right. So even as you work on your taglines and all of these things, you want to be considering how it all comes together to create your brand for penetrating the export market. And I always say to people, tell a story. We love stories. You know, I remember once I saw something online, and it's how Omi, the guy was saying, oh yeah, I found a girl, cheerleader, whatever. And he said, oh, he was on the fence, and him did broke down a life, and him popped down, and his girlfriend picked him up, and she support his music career, and then his song went viral, and he's with his girlfriend. Lies. It was a lie, but let me tell you something. That story, it created a connection to people. You know, they were saying, oh, the song meant so much more to them because he was writing it for the girlfriend and she was his cheerleader. Now, I'm not saying to go and create lies about your brand, but I'm saying we love a good story. We love to hear from people, why did you start and what keeps you going? So you should also aim to include this as a part of your brand narrative when you export. And so just some quick guidance. I won't go into details because a lot of the presenters before me went into details in terms of what people want. But generally, US consumers prefer convenience. They want upsize, mega size. US markets, big everything. You know, the mega size cup, upsize your fries, the big TV, the consumerism model. And then in some sections of the European market, people are thinking organic, sustainable. If you think of the adaptation and the switch over to EV models, for example, and certain environmental compliance, you'll find that Europe tends to be a little bit further ahead of the curve than even some of the North American markets. And so I'm just sharing this because you can adapt. And not because you have your one logo, you know, and you may have something that resonates in the Jamaican market. Do not be afraid to tweak your packaging as necessary for your market. Your logo is what remains consistent. And any good graphic designer does your logo. The first thing he does is that he does renders in full color. He gives you a black version, a white version, and you may need some other variations. So as you go along and you're trying to expand into other markets, do not be afraid to modify the packaging to make it acceptable. Don't do a one-size-fits-all and say, well, I eat this, you know, stop right here, so. You know, you have that flexibility to ensure that you're resonating with your markets. And it's more than a look and feel. Every time you think about your brand, and this is why you do not know how people feel about your brand without asking people how they feel about your brand. So whatever channels you're using to get your products to your consumers, you want to ensure that you have a pipeline to get feedback from these consumers. And it can be literally going up if you have a food product and doing a sampling session. And from the sampling, people tasting it and say, yeah, man, this tastes good. You know, or they say, oh, it's a little salty, you can reduce it. That's very valuable feedback. So with everything you're trying to do in different markets, you have to also ensure that there's two-way flow and you're able to find out from people what their sentiments are. And so I always say to people as a guide, if you want to find out how to craft your brand in a compelling way, is to think about the who you are. You know, what is it that you're doing? When are you doing it? Because sometimes people soft launch products. Is your product launched already? Is it coming soon, etc.? Where is it? And where not just in terms of the stage, but where can people get your products? Nothing I hate more than going on Instagram and see DM for prices. I am not DMing nobody in 2025. You should make it easy for me to purchase your products. And so, you know, up front you want people to know I have a website you can purchase my products. You can come to this page, here's a dedicated number or whatever. People should not be trying to figure out how to purchase things from you. And the why is your nice little story about why you started. You know, boy, I became a mother. And my poor child was at school till 10 p.m. And I said, no, this can't cut it. And I said, no, man, I have to do something. And I started entrepreneurship. It's a nice story. And it also, and when, especially if it's true, it grounds you. It helps you to constantly remember why you started. And then, let me just, my clicker is not clickering again. But I think my next slide after this in terms of your branding is tying it all together. And I won't go into all of this, but of course, the different ways you can do your marketing. You can have public relations opportunities, your designs and branding, and your internal and external medium, which I mentioned, your feedback pipelines. If it's even to have an online survey, ask people to enter, incentivize them, and you can get some feedback on that. Leveraging digital, though. I think we are in a perfect time in terms of self-help opportunities. There was a time before, if you ever wanted to market your products into any international market, you better go on a plane, and you better be going to the trade shows physically, and you better be interacting with people, or your cousin who in New York better know somebody, and them go talk to the somebody, and the somebody say, yes, send me the things. But fortunately for us, the digital world has provided immense opportunities for you to stay right here and get your products in front of the eyes that you want to get it in front of. So some things you may be doing already, a website. I mean, we take it for granted, but I remember my company is 6 years old, and I remember I was applying for a bid, and a key criteria of bid was to put the web link. I never had no website. And I sat up the whole weekend and figured out how to make a website. And, you know, that was a key part of being able, because people want to find some footprint. And sometimes you worry that you're marketing and nobody's paying attention. And I will tell you this. One of the clients we have that came from Spain, I don't know nobody from Spain who would be just like, oh, see a client here. So I always ask people, how did you find out about us? And they say, oh, we do our research. You know, we have our eyes on the ground and etc. So you want your website. Your website is like the sales rep. Your website, your socials, etc. This is like the sales rep that can do the work even when you're sleeping. So usually, you know, you'd have to go tell 50 people about it. They can go search, and with the right keywords, they can find you. Jamaican fresh fruit produce for export. Somebody searches for that, you should be ranking highly with that. If you're doing livestock products, Jamaican fish, if someone goes right now and searches for that, you should be ranking very high with that. So you want to ensure that you have a website, and it doesn't know there are so many drag and drop functionalities that can help you to do a quick one. And as you grow, you can get something more professionally done. And then some other things you can do digitally is social media marketing. I know not everyone may be au fait with the different ways, but I'll tell you, everything I'm buying these days, I go online first, and I search hashtags. I may not know what I'm looking for, but when I use the hashtags, that's what it does. It introduces me to things that I probably should be looking for, or people that I can be connecting with. If an event is being held and I want to know if the event is on and popping, I'm going to their social media page. And if I don't see nothing there, I say, I'm not going, or this event doesn't look like it's happening. If you are selling products to me, I'm going to go to your social media page first because I want to see images of what I'm likely to get. So think of that as an investment in, again, this is like a remote salesperson for your business that just operates even when you are sleeping. You also have, in some respects, you can use influencer and affiliate market, again, depending on the product or service that you are selling. For our Seafood from Norway client, we do a lot with chefs across different markets because you don't want just to tell people, say, here's a product. You want to tell them, here is how you can utilize the product. And I think especially for those of you who are thinking in terms of processed stuff, show people how your jam can be used. You know, do a fancy spread and say, oh, put this on the side, put it with a cheese board, etc. And so it becomes very aspirational for people to say, oh, I'm not just buy the fish. I'm buying the experience that the fish can give me with this very fancy fare that I will have with my family. So those are some of the things. And then paid advertising. No shade to traditional media houses, but there was a time when, well, right now off the top of my head, an ad in Sunday Gleaner, for example, can easily run you very close to $500,000, right? And yes, traditional media still has its place, not going to lie, we still use them, and fortunately they have done a good job with bridging the line between ensuring that their digital spaces are also connecting. But you also want to know that it's fairly negligible in terms of advertising costs. For $20 US, you can run an ad, and you can specifically target people with that ad. You can go on Instagram right now and say, I want this ad to connect with people who are in the US, who are in, Shalika had a list there. You can literally go through that list and say, I want to connect with people in Spain who want Guinea. And the algorithm is going to pop it up in their feed, and somebody going to reach out to you and say, oh, I see that you're selling Guinea. And you say, how do you know about me? Your $20 social media ad. So again, a fairly inexpensive way that you can use paid advertising, not just social media. If you don't have like an Insta stuff, you can do Google ads as well, which pops up when people searching for stuff. It pops up when people are on YouTube watching things, minding their business. And just in case anyone doesn't know at the granular level, YouTube ads travel with you, so to speak. So if you are in the US and somebody's advertising a US product, it will pop up because it is tied to that location. Whereas if you're in Jamaica and somebody, maybe in another country, wants to advertise a product to Jamaicans, it pops up in your Jamaican feed because you're based here. So that I would say is a neat little hack, which usually costs not too much for you to simply get the word out there. Now I know, yes, the ministry is in fact putting in channels, but sometimes you have to take the bulls by the horn. You have to start where you're at, and maybe you get the first customer, and when they must say, Lord, I have 5 more friends who want this. And then when you want to get the guidance on the quality control and the mass labeling and all of that, you know where to go in terms of support from the ministry or the other mechanisms. So just with things like those, you want to look into how you can use digital to establish yourself into other markets. And then some additional strategies. I think a lot of you may have been using these already. They still work. And I always say if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. Trade shows are still a surefire way, especially with products and services sampling. And never forget, I worked in a fast-moving company once, and they said, oh, the product sale not moving. People think it tastes bad. I said, but are they tasting it? No. It's one of the easiest hacks. Set up something, go into a place, get people tasting your products, put it in a nice packaging, and then they are likely to convert into sales. And then other things here are things that several of the other presenters would have gone into. And so I would just say that with a mix of what I've mentioned about understanding the market dynamics, understanding any cultural differences, 2, ensuring that you have your branding on point in a way that it resonates with these markets, and 3, utilizing digital to your advantage, then you will have at least the first steps to get your foothold into these markets. And I think that takes me to the end of my presentation. I'm a little over, but I trust that this was insightful, and I'm not sure if there are any questions or if that's allowed, but yes. All right, Debbie says that will come afterwards, so as much as I would like to share, we will get that after. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, very well done. Can we put our hands together again for her, please? Very well done. Did we learn a lot? Okay, so if you learned a lot, can somebody tell me what branding is? You, how many grow bags have you? Exactly, what are you growing? Scotch bonnet pepper. We have somebody on this side whose hand is up. You're too bright. Hold on. Can we have the microphone for this lady here, please? Can you stand for us, if you don't mind, if you're able to? She has a problem? A problem to stand. That's fine. Okay. We'll meet her where she is. Can we have a microphone over to her, please? Thank you. She's about to tell us what branding is. And for those who are in the chat, to all 25 of you, hello, good afternoon. If you're able to answer the question as well, I can allocate a grow bag just for you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for this lovely meeting, gathering, presentation, etc., etc. Branding is the way you present the characteristics of your product to the public.
All right, let me ask the specialist here. Ms. Coombs?
Can go.
The characteristics, I don't want to word you incorrectly. You want to repeat for us?
That you present.
That you present. About your
to
products.
Identify your products.
To the public.
To the public.
Right. That's one component. Are we accepting that as a whole answer for branding? Is there anybody else who'd like to give us another response to consider? Okay, we have a hand right here. So we have one entry here. One, yes, of course.
Good day.
Branding is a set of expectation, memory, stories, relationship that taken together accounts for a customer's decision to choose and product our service. If me even read Pani Brook, you come from yourself.
Miss Goom, she read that, you know. She wrote it down. I'm going to give it over to you because you're the expert here. You're the expert here. Who are we awarding for their answer? Or second entry. Okay, no problem. Congratulations, my darling. You've gotten for yourself a grow bag. Whole heap of goodies. And the trays on the inside. You see, it pays to listen. Pays to listen. We're moving forward because I know, I think all the tables have been served some glasses of water, etc., in anticipation of lunch. And we're going to get into the next presentation before we break for lunch, right? We're looking at insights from overseas distributors. Again, this one will come just before lunch. We want you to do the same thing. If you have any questions, take out those cue cards, write them down, hold them close. Here we are. Now, I'm sure many eyes would have lit up when you saw that we have one of your potential customers in a key target market coming to give you guidance right from the proverbial horse's mouth. So please give a warm welcome at this time for Mr. Byron Willis, CEO of Jamaica Direct, distributor of fresh agricultural produce in the USA, and Global Jamaica Diaspora representative for agriculture. And the man know him thing, so you have to clap him better than that. Thank you very much. Here you go, sir.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long morning, and I won't be too long. I just want to give you a report from the diaspora, from the U.S. market. I'm a distributor of produce. I'm a distributor of produce located in Maryland, but I serve from Boston straight down to the Carolinas. And I'm also one of the partners, we have two here, that does the mangoes for the United States also. All right. What we want to, is it the top one? I want to focus on these 4 items. There's a lot of talk on everything else, and I think it's good that the government is focusing on these, you know, for expansion and for growth in the United States. And I applaud the government for all that they're doing. Yellow yam, nigger yam is great. We haven't seen much Scotch bonnet since the hurricane of last year. And it's been on and off. So if you have quality Scotch bonnet to exports, just let me know and I'll connect you or even be able to assist. Ackee, as you know, there's no ackee outside, but it's spread. But I want to focus on the 4 bottom ones because these are the ones that I think is the greatest opportunity for you to plant or to expand or source. The quality of breadfruit that we get varies. The last 2 months, what we've seen is that the breadfruit is not really ready, and the demand is falling because of it not. As you know, the breadfruit get wrapped into paper, put into a plastic, so it's not something you can see once it's shipped until the customer gets back to you and let you know what the quality is. It's imperative that we select the breadfruit properly. It's imperative that whatever goes into that bag and goes to the customer is of utmost quality. Here's the thing with the U.S. market. The Jamaican produce is the most expensive of any country in our hemisphere. However, our quality most of the times will supersede that. You have Jamaican breadfruit, you don't care where the other breadfruit them come from. You want the Jamaican breadfruit. That's just what it is. So if we can just add 1 and 2 each time by sending quality produce, we will help ourselves in just increasing the volume that we export week by week. All right? So the quality is so important. I've seen where I would get 2 breadfruit in a 1 bag. That's an instant rejection. If you send in the breadfruit, buy the materials, get the right paper, get the right bags, and do it properly. The minute I see more than 14 breadfruit in a bag, I start questioning it. Because you know, it's some small young breadfruit. For some reason, the American market only want roast breadfruit. Them they in a soup and breadfruit. Them no want that, all right? So do what you can to do that. Speaking to the frozen breadfruit now, what happened in Jamaica is that there's not much inventory being kept during the time when the season is in. So what happens is that the frozen breadfruit is available when the fresh breadfruit is. And then there's probably a 2 months gap afterwards when the frozen go. Well, guess what? After 7 months, there is neither frozen or fresh breadfruit. And you lose that opportunity to 5 good months of just, but if we, during the time when we're preparing the breadfruit to ship fresh breadfruit, we can at the same time be inventorying and increasing the supply that we keep in storage. That way we can supply afterwards throughout. Most suppliers, I think you get almost 18 months on the date in which it's good. That gives you enough time for us to always have. So if we can just concentrate on just improving that, I think we go a far way. Turmeric. Jamaica turmeric is the best turmeric. We would all know it. But we also know that presentation is very important. And I have to apologize. I guess I'm the only one that came up here and gave you the bad news, right? But guess what? This is what sells. The turmeric come from on the eastern United States. I can't speak for the West. Come from 3 different countries. Jamaica, Thailand, and Fiji. Jamaica is the best turmeric out of all of them. But ours is seen as second class. Why? It just not ready. It's small. It's full of a whole lot of silt and stuff. And the market rejects it most of the times. But yet still we have the best. So I'm encouraging farmers, cultivate turmeric. Try and see if we can match the quality. That's from Thailand. They actually both from Thailand, from the same bar, but I held that in my hand because I want you to see how big the turmeric is. But the packaging is perfect. There is no small piece. There is no garbage into it. It is, and if we can just streamline it, listen, the market is ours. Turmeric is of high demand. And with just 3 countries supplying, come on. I mean, we can do much better with that. But turmeric is I think is one of the produce in Jamaica that has the most potential. Mangoes. We distribute the mangoes throughout the eastern United States, right? I take the pictures that I give you shows when the box leaving Jamaica on top and when it's received at the bottom. You remember I telling you, say, our produce is the most expensive one in the market. A box of East Indian is sell for $55 in New York. Imagine me, I sell you one of them boxes at the bottom for $55. The Jamaicans can buy it. But remember, we need to give quality at all times, and the packaging needs to be really succinct to the market so them know so them getting good quality and well-packaged products. So we need to, one, deal with how we can get the packaging to reach. And that's also something with the government I'm going to ask, because the mangoes get broken down each time it's shipped. goes to Montego Bay and them x-ray them one at a time. Is there a way in which you can work with the authority to see if we can palletize it in a way in which them can deal with it to put it on the plane? So you don't have to go through that breakdown process, and when you reach to New York, it looked like that. Farmers plant mango tree. What the problem I have is that I go to St. Thomas 3 years later after visiting another farm and go, and guess what? We can't sell the mango. There's so much mango we can't sell. But yet still I go to the farms and there's no new growth. There's no new trees. We're living off of the same trees there, all right? And yes, we're doing the agro farms, and that is great, but we need to go back to the roots of where we start and make sure that these farmers have the resources, they're maximizing them farm, and where we can help them grow, we grow, okay? So another thing we need is to try and get the packaging of the mangoes faster so we can even be doing 2 shipments a week because the market will take twice as much. So it don't make sense. We're planting and we're encouraging to bring more mangoes in if we can pot them fast enough. So we definitely have to get more mangoes in the market. It is that strong. Really, packaging is important. As I say, we have the most expensive product. Very often somebody will send me some peppers, and guess what? Them take the bomb box and them stick some wool inside it. The pepper sells for over 20% more than any other pepper. Thing packaging, the lady talk about branding over there, and I want to make sure that we really get it where whenever we packaging and sending to the States, that we know that we're sending the best, we know that we're selling quality, and we know that it's ready. All right? Thank you.
Spoken like a man with good experience. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again, please, to Mr. Byron Willis, CEO of Jamaica Direct. Lots of good, insightful, usable information there, right? I hear one yes over this side. We're busy writing everything down that Mr. Willis said and taking pictures. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I don't want to disturb your writing. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Really good information, usable, practical. I believe I'm a little bit too high on the microphone. Can we just turn it down a little bit? We're getting some feedback. And talking about feedback, the online audience, they have been very receptive. They have been answering the questions. And I do believe we have 2 winners to the question that was asked earlier on about branding. We have 2 persons who answered in the comment section and won for themselves grow bags. Congratulations to RT and Kamoy Brown. You're going to be contacted and you will be able to collect your packages at the ministry's office. Okay? All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. Oh, you don't want lunch? Okay, so we can do some more presentations, you know. I said it's lunchtime. We're not happy for lunchtime? Yes, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Now, we want to make lunchtime very, interactive, engaging. We're in one room, and I gather that, we're here because we were invited to be here. What I want us to do right now is to get to know each other a little bit better, right? The producers, can I see the hands of all the producers in the room, please? Producers, you produce your goods, you produce your food, you produce the things that yes, all right, hands down. Can I see the hands of the exporters, those who are exporters? Exporters, okay, all right. What we want to be able to do is for lunchtime, we're going to sit and dine together. You know, when you're dating somebody new for the first time and you take them to somewhere nice, you get to know them over a nice meal, right? For potential long-term great relationships to happen. That's what we want to foster in this space. So I know you're seated beside people that you may know, you probably came here with them, but that won't serve us at all for this occasion. It's a clinic. This is where we get to help each other. So we're asking you to, just for the period of lunch, go sit beside somebody else. An exporter seated beside a producer. Let's share information. Let's get to know each other a little bit better during the lunch hour. And we are able to connect and really utilize what we will learn from each other going forward today. All right? Deal? Deal? And everybody said deal? Deal. All right, good. I did ask. Michelle, you heard me ask. Okay, good. Michelle heard me ask. So again, exporters and producers or any agency and you think you have something valuable to offer, please do not just be seated right where you are. All right? I know how Jamaican people stay now. When the light move up and down. But it's a good opportunity. So we're going to pause at this time for lunch, taking the break. And we're inviting you all to interact, ask your questions, please. Get those questions because when we come back from lunch immediately, we're going to be taking those questions that you wrote down already and trying to answer a couple of them. And that's before we re-enter the presentations, all right? So when we come back from lunch, immediately after that, we're going to be taking some questions. So at this time, we pause for lunch. We pray the blessing of the Lord's hands on our consumption. We thank the Lord for his provision, and we give thanks for the team here at Terra Nova and the team at the ministry for their provision and for their service. Bon appetit. Enjoy lunch. Thank you. we're wrapping up lunch, we want to take those questions that you had, for those who wrote down their questions on paper, and I gather that not many of you actually wrote them down. However, we're going to take the one that we have, well, two. Here we go. We're gathering two so far. We have any more questions on the cue cards that you were given in your folder? Giving out a prize, a grow bag, to the first two persons who submitted their questions. So you've won for yourself a grow bag. You've been asking all morning, you see? God is not done with us. Here we go. We're going to be asking Miss Darby. Miss Darby here? Miss Darby, you're in the room? Yes. So we're going to read the question, and then we're going to ask the person to answer. I don't know who this question is actually directed to. Can we find out who this, can you let us know who this question is directed to? This one. Low cost financing, yes. Financial institution, DBJ, etc. Who they may be in the room. All right, got it. All right, so let's ask the first one. Let's get this one out the way. The question is, my eyes is not so good, you see? Looking a little prescriptive. Come here. Here we go. What is the intended? Did you write cadence, timing, location, focus, etc. for future clinics? Yes? That's a question? Okay. And what are the main challenges in exporting our tubers, the sheens, potato, etc. to CARICOM, and what is being done to overcome them? All right, loaded question. A couple of questions there. All right, here's the microphone.
Thank you. And whose question is this? If it's your question, raise your hand. All right. Nobody owning it? All right. So we'll go through quickly. So the intended timing, cadence, locations, etc. So as the minister outlined today, we're going to be going across as best as possible length and breadth of Jamaica. We do have the program broken out into three counties, Cornwall, Middlesex, and Surrey. And we have the program further divided into the three tiers. So there is the export limited, export on track, and export ready stakeholders. We will send a diagnostic tool for you to fill out, basically, that will place you in one of those three categories, and then thereafter you'll be enrolled in the program, and of course the relevant sessions will take place thereafter. So look out for that tool coming to you after this session, and then again, as we go forward, you'll also hear more about when we'll have the in-person sessions in each of those three counties. The second question pertains to CARICOM and what the major challenges are. So we have market access for CARICOM for our roots and tubers, zero duty once it is originating in Jamaica. There is no barrier in the sense of a duty rate or anything of that nature, or any other major SPS issue, as in a sanitary or a phytosanitary barrier, generally speaking. What we found as some of the major issues, and I'm interpreting the question in a particular way because of how it's written, what I found to be one of the major issues is really transportation when it comes to agricultural produce and, of course, to roots and tubers. This is an opportunity for investment on one side, right? We want persons to come into the space and provide logistical solutions where possible in the region. There are some solutions that are already in train. There is a high-speed ferry system that the region is seeking to implement in the medium term under the 25 by 2030 initiative. And of course, in the space that we're currently in, the DR, for example, has also sought to see how they can provide airlift services to support the rest of the region to trade agricultural produce. So there are some logistical solutions that are being implemented, but again, it's an opportunity, and I hope for the person who asked as well to come on board and to be a part of the solutions that help us to advance trade in agriculture products. So we look forward to talking more on these.
All right, awesome. Did that answer your question? Yes, no, yes, yes? Okay, all right. This one asks access to lowest or low cost financing. So access to low cost financing. Any banks in the room? Financial institutions in the room? Want to take this one? The DBJ has a presentation later that will answer those questions. That question in particular and other questions concerning financing. Thank you so much for that. All right, is this a question or is this a comment about the intelligence and the lack thereof on what is in the ground and when it will be ready for market? As a question? Yeah? So the question is, let me come with the microphone to you.
If I'm a buyer, I don't have widespread knowledge of what is in the ground, when it will be ready for the market. And Alex is not providing that information. RADA cannot provide that information on a timely basis. So I don't know where the challenge is. I'm not posing a problem, I want a solution. Because as an exporter, I want to know what is ready when and that who I can connect with to be able to have that information. Okay, thank you.
Mish?
Ms. Sams, thank you for that. We accept that you would want the production information a little bit more expeditiously. And we do have our field officers. We have data collection officers in the parishes. They do provide the information to the ministry and to RADA, but you want it a little faster than that. And so we're working to improve and increase the number of personnel that we have out in the space that will be able to give you that information faster. All right, so we will be working our agricultural data collection section in the ministry along with RADA. We'll be working to improve our systems to give you that very, very quickly in a more expeditious manner than you know, because we can appreciate that you do need that information for your forward planning.
Thank you. All right. We have one more question. I hope that answered your question. And if you do have any more concerns, Michelle is still here and will be with us for the rest of the afternoon. All right, social media question. Is the platform ready and where can I access it? I believe we did say after the video was shown that the platform would become ready at the end of April, right? On the ministry's page. So when you go over to the ministry's page, you'll be able to access the platform and have access to all the amazing information that you saw in the demonstration earlier on. All right? I know you got excited. We're all excited. We can't wait. We're like, why is it not ready yet? Give us some time in April. We want to make sure that we are ready to accommodate all of you who will be going. Well, I should say all of us, because I'm going over there too. Who'll be going over there to get some information. All right, here we go. We're going to keep it moving. We have a few more presentations to get through. It's a lot of information. I know, I understand. And so far, we've been doing good. Here we go. So it's time to turn our heads to the opportunities and potential for export and insights on how to penetrate the markets. But what are the procedures to get our products to those markets? We hear about all of the markets that were listed right there on the screen. Several of them were like, yes, we are ready, let's go. But how do we get inside them? So coming to advise us on the plant and plant products is Miss Solange. I hope I pronounced her name correctly. Solange. I know I was missing that IE. We're saying, should we say Solange or should we say Solange? Like Beyonce's sister Solange. Okay. Miss Solange Johnson, plant quarantine inspector. And we were seeing a while ago, just a while ago, a little ad that was speaking to your division. Yes. All right. So we're going to hear from her about how we can ensure that we're checking those boxes. Please make her welcome. Clap her, please. Put on the knife and fork and clap her. Thank you.
Everyone hearing me now? Afternoon, everyone. I know it's not a good time to come when everyone have just eaten. The little righties in us start to take place, right? But we're going to do our best. As I said, my name is Solange Johnson. I'm a plant quarantine produce inspector located at the Montego Bay Export Complex. And I'll be talking you through the export procedures, for plants and plant products. It's right here. Okay, thank you. So the outline for my presentation, I'll just take you briefly through the mandate of the plant quarantine branch, or a legislative framework of which we functions under, and the export procedures for 4 main produce. That's yam, sweet potato, mango, and kola nut, as we know it as busy. And the major pain points are the pitfalls surrounding export requirements, post-harvest handling, and instances of rejecting produce. Something is missing. I'm going too fast. Yes, I'm going too fast. Okay, so the plant quarantine branch, we functions under our national legislative, the Plant Quarantine Act and the Agriculture Produce Act. We also functions under the Plant Import Control Regulation, Citrus Protection Regulation, and the Wood Packaging Material. Internationally, we are a part of the WTO, that's the World Trade Organization, Sanitary and Phytosanitary Agreement, and International Plant Protection Convention, that's IPPC. Our mandate is to ensure that we protect Jamaica from the introduction of harmful plant pests and diseases, and also ensure that only the highest quality pest-free produce is imported into and exported from Jamaica. All right. These markets need the produce. Jamaica have the produce. What are the requirements to enter these markets? As you all know, all markets that Jamaica is accessible to, as we are exporting to them right now, their main 2 things: they don't want no soil on their produce, and they want no pests. So that is common with all markets, right? But our major trading partners, US for example, there are certain requirements that has to be fulfilled for the produce to enter these markets. For example, a phytosanitary certificate for some products, example, callaloo. Callaloo is no longer a pre-cleared item, so we have to inspect the field, certify the field, and then the callaloo, when the exporter purchases it, we have to then inspect the callaloo. And the callaloo, if we find 1 actionable pest, we have to reject. That's based on the requirements for the US market for callaloo. Mangoes, we have to do a phytosanitary certificate, and a kola nut as well. Treatment for some products are mandatory for treatment going into the US, such as yam, thyme, peppers, and like solid wood packaging. Occasionally, like sorrel, escallion, and dried herbs, if after completing our inspection we find pests, we recommend and we treat as a precautionary measure. So it's not a mandatory for sorrel to be treated. So we encourage exporters, use what you have to ensure that there's no pest on your sorrel, so we don't have to put it through that rigorous process of fumigation. Pre-clearance certificate, it must be accompany all pre-clearable items. There are 52 items on the list that can enter the US under the pre-clearance program. The pre-clearance program is like a bilateral agreement that Jamaica signed with the United States of America for the easy access of goods to go there and inspected, right? So there are 52 items on it, and I am telling you, not all 52 are being exported at this time. Some person didn't even know that Chocho can access the US market, yes. Post-harvest chemical that is recommended for use to treat like yams going into the US is Botran and Bellis at this time. I know exporters complain that these are not effective in controlling mold and so forth on the yams, are letting the shelf life of these yams, but this is what is approved by them to be used at this time. We are in dialogue with them to see if we can get a more effective chemical to be used. For United Kingdom, a phytosanitary certificate must accompany all items, all produce that are exported there. Some produce require special additional declaration, for example, citrus, cucurbits, and your peppers. I know the peppers especially, we have to certify just like callaloo from the field level. So if an exporter does not know the requirements to access a market, we recommend that you contact the PQ branch, because we don't like you to pack your goods and come to the airport and you don't fulfill that requirement and we have to turn you back. The post-harvest chemical to access the UK market is Myrtec. And I'll repeat, the post-harvest chemical to access the UK market is Myrtec. Do not mix it up, and we don't want it to be using unapproved chemicals on these produce, because if they are tested and found, then your goods will be rejected and it will be a notification not against you as the exporter only, but against Jamaica. For Canada, a phytosanitary certificate must accompany peppers and tomatoes. And their post-harvest chemical, anything US uses, they will accept. So Botron and Bellis, they will accept. Grand Cayman now is a little bit different. Your importer in Grand Cayman have to have an import permit to import items into Grand Cayman. So after that process have been completed, then now you dialogue with us. We go through the requirements for the different items with you. As also like the UK, a phytosanitary certificate must accompany the items going into Grand Cayman. And the post-harvest chemical, they will accept anyone that is approved by our PCA department, and that is very good, because then you will find effective chemical to treat your produce there. General export guidelines. All plants and plant products for export must be prepared and packed in a certified packing house. This packing house is certified only by the Plant Quarantine Produce Inspection Branch. There is a listing of the packing house requirements that can be accessed online. Thank you very much, and everyone can hear me again, right? Okay, so as I was saying, all commodities must be packed in a certified packing house. And this packing house can only be certified by the Plant Quarantine Produce Inspection Branch. So if you are interested in getting your items out of Jamaica, you see a market that you want to tap into, please contact the branch. We have the requirements that can be emailed to you. You can access it online as well from the ministry's website. And we can also go through the requirements with you. And we will come and inspect that packing house. It's a one-time certification fee of $5,000. And yearly afterwards, you pay just $3,000 to get it recertified. Little bit of money. That can't even buy a nice shoes, right? All right. So all products must be appropriately packed in new, clean, properly labeled bags or boxes. Why am I saying new and clean? You can have a package that is clean but is not new. It has been used and you don't know if there is any pest lingering in that package. So we say new, clean packaging. Labeling on packages must coincide with information on the exporter's documents. So you can't turn up with your package labeled breadfruit and have Martha on it and then your company is John. We can't accept anything like that. So it must coincide with what is on your documents. A plant quarantine produce inspector must inspect and certify all consignment destined for export. And we're talking about plant and plant products here. So there's no way your items are going to be able to leave Jamaica for the market without them being inspected and certified. Products for export must conform to local and international standards, right? And we talk about soil-free and pest-free and a good quality. We want to send good quality so they will keep on coming, keep on asking for more Jamaican produce, right? So let's look at these four main commodities that the ministry is zoning in on. Yams, greatest earner of foreign exchange, right? This is a big man in the room. No country wants soil on their yams. So we encourage persons, wash your yams, free from the soil. you're going to dip the cut surface. Some persons may dip the entire yam in the solution, but it's mainly the cut surfaces you want to dip to treat. So you will lengthen the shelf life of the product. You prevent the molds from growing, right? And you pack the dried yams. You put them to dry. Do not pack the wet yams because then you're going to introduce presence of mold in your packaging. We also recommend that you use a cushioning material to cushion the yams. I don't know if you have ever been to the market and see how they pack those yams nicely on the stalls for you to purchase. You realize there hardly any bruise. So why would you want to pack the yam to send out of Jamaica to represent Jamaica without something cushioning them? All over in the boxes. When you take them up to inspect them, they are full of mechanical damage. A bruise here, a bruise there. So imagine when those handlers finish handling those boxes, what is going to reach the market. So you have to push. Some persons may use kaya, some may use sawdust. I saw an exporter use paper. I know that must be time consuming to wrap each piece of tuber with a piece of paper, but if you don't like the sawdust or the kaya, try find something that is approved. You can come to us, we discuss it, and see if it can be used to cushion your yams. Packed yams must be transported in a clean and covered motor vehicle to the port of loading. Your goods should not be on an open pickup heading to the airport for export. We call some pests, we call hitchhikers. They don't have no passport, but yet they want to travel to foreign. They will hitchhike on your product, and when they come to the airport while we're doing our inspection, once we cite those pests and they may deem actionable in the country that the goods is heading, we have to do the rejection. So we don't want that for you, right? Yams are inspected and certified for export to Canada, UK, Grand Cayman, and other importing countries. So we just inspect and certify the yam when you bring them to us like that. But for the US, the yams have to go through a treatment process called fumigation, where it is treated for 4 hours with methyl bromide. So you can't just bring the yam in the morning and expect it's supposed to reach a 9 o'clock flight. No, you have to make an appointment, at least 72 hours, bring them to us, we'll inspect, ensure that they are at the right temperature, right quality, they are not wet, they are cushioned, and then we begin the treatment. And you come the following day or in the afternoon to do your export once the airline can accommodate you, and you will get your yams certified. Going with these items to the US, a pre-clearance certificate must accompany the items. Ms. Hilton, I can tell you, if your goods reach the US without your pre-clearance certificate, it's not going to be cleared. They are going to send back to Jamaica for that certificate. So ensure that you have that certificate with your documentation. Sweet potato. I wish it could access all markets, but so far it can only access the Canada and UK market as it is. Work is still in progress because we want to get it in the US, because we know that if it goes there, then you will have what we see, the projected income for Jamaica. Wash it just the same like the yam, free from soil. You place them to air dry, and you pack them in boxes. You don't have to really cushion potatoes. They are of a harder nature than yam. But some persons love to be overprotective. They cushion their potatoes. Nothing is wrong with that. And you carry them to the airport in also a covered, clean motor vehicle. We don't want to come and inspect your motor vehicle and we realize you have engine oil along with the products, because if that leak on your product, that is going to be rejected, right? Sweet potatoes, as I said, inspected and certified going into Canada and Grand Cayman and the UK. Going into the UK and Grand Cayman, it must have a phytosanitary certificate. We want exporters to know what is required, what your documentation should look like. So if, for example, an inspector is doing the shipments and come in and hand you the invoice, you don't just leave and carry your invoice to the airline and say, hey, I'm going to the UK, where is my phytosanitary certificate? So you want to know what documentation is required for which country. Mangoes. Mangoes are now enterable into the US. Thanks, I am happy for that. Canada and the UK, that's a big step for Jamaica. And we want more mangoes in the US. So for Canada and the UK, you wash the mangoes just the same to remove the stains. I know sometimes exporters don't like to wash them, but when they open the box to see the stain drain on all the mango, that will help to spoil your mangoes. Yes. When the stain drain on the mango itself, it starts to break down the skin of the mango and spoilage starts. So we encourage you to wash away the stains from the mango. And it also traps debris on your fruit, and you don't want to send anything messy out of the country. Pack them in boxes, you transport them to the airport, they are inspected and certified for export. Now for the US market, it's a bit different. A lot of exporters turn up, but when they turn up, it's too late because it's a process to enter the US market. The exporter have to engage plan quarantine as well as farmers, and you have to sign an agreement, right? So you wish to export mango to the US, and there is a contractual agreement that must be signed. So you can't just turn up in May ready to ship mangoes to the US. The groundwork would have to be started from the year before, and then now come in May, you and your importer will be ready to send and receive mangoes. No middleman is accommodated in mango trade to the US. Sorry, middleman, if you are here, but that business is not for you with the mango trade. So it's farmer and exporter directly. Only accept mangoes coming from orchards registered with PQ. So sorry if Uncle Tony have 5 mango trees in his backyard. If he not register with plant quarantine, and in fields and the mango trees, no traps are being set to get rid of the insect, Uncle Tony mango cannot enter the US, no matter how it's sweet. Can't enter US. Make appointments with PQPI at least 72 hours before packing, because guess why? We have to go to the packing house for this one. To inspect, we do our destructive sampling and watch how you pack, and you have to pack them in a special packaging, which is pest proof, and put it in the box. So all these work have to be done at the packing house. When these mangoes reach the airport, they are just going to be offloaded from the truck. We double check to see that the count is correct, and you say you have 100 East Indian, 3,000 Julie, some Graham mango, it is there. We double check, and the sample size is what you say it is, and it goes on to the plane. There is no inspection at the airport. So you see the hard work that has to be put in to get the mangoes into the US. I know when it goes there, it has to go through irradiation, but I've get the testimony from persons eating it. They say they wish they could purchase more, they want more and everything. So we want to get the word out. Start the groundwork from now. If you haven't started as yet, it might be a little bit too late for you, for me, but start from now. So next year, you will be ready to send mangoes to the US. Cola nut. A lot of persons didn't know that busy could be exported, but it is exported in its dried form. So as it is at the top image, that's what comes off the tree. The exporter now would have to remove the seeds, wash it, dry it, and it looks something like what is at the bottom, but probably more drier than that to be exported. And we ensure that there is no fungus on the seeds. They are well dried and ready for export. And during the inspection process, once it meets the requirements, it is certified just like other produce for export. And it can access US market as well. So busy can go anywhere. In busy, and it can go anywhere. All right, we're gonna look at some of the pitfalls that surround export requirements. And as you see some of the images here, pest is one of the main ones, right? We're unable to meet national requirements. If we should really take a tally of the amount of persons that comes through the office on a monthly to even a quarterly basis that is interested to export, they have a market, or they have access to a market, but they don't have a packing house. In Kingston, it might be a little bit more easier where persons can access the AMC complex, but in the western end of the island, you have to have something of your own. It's very costly to construct a packing house based on our requirements, because you have to set the requirements to meet international standard. When other international country like FDA comes to Jamaica and they inspect a packing house, they can say, yes, you meet the international standard. We can't set a standard that when they come here, they say, no, we don't want it to be sending anything to US based on what you have here as a packing house. So to construct a packing house is very costly. So that is one of the major pitfalls that is affecting the export from Jamaica. The seasonality of certain produce, and we don't have effective and efficient storage to store these produce, so when they are not in season, they can still be exported. So that's another thing that we have to look at as a country. Unable to access some international markets, like the sweet potato to go into US. We can't access it all now, but we're still working. We're not giving up. We are a country that doesn't give up. We're still pushing because we wanted to access that market. Unable to compete with other countries as the cost of production is higher here. That's a sticking point. When you have mangoes coming from Haiti, they do their hot water treatment or whatever, and they enter the US. Their mangoes can sell at a cheaper cost than mangoes coming from Jamaica, because the amount of process that they have to go through to get the mangoes to the US, they can't sell it any cheaper. So you can buy a box of Haitian mango for, like, my sister said she got one for what, like $8? You can't get that for a box of Jamaican mangoes. Yes, the quality of Jamaica is better, but the cost of production for them is so low they can afford to sell at that point. So we need to do something to drive the cost of production for these items at a lower, so more can be exported. Poor quality produce, which leads to loss of markets. I've seen exporters purchase produce, and when you go to their facility to do the inspection, the amount of rejection that is there, sometimes you have chills. We have to do better when it comes down to the quality of produce. You can't be harvesting and produce in the heat, the hot sun. I know the labels when they get the labels, but farmers have to ensure that produce are harvested either early in the morning or late in the afternoon, so that the heat of the sun is not on that produce, because when the exporter take it to their facility to wash these produce, the heat that is trapped inside of the produce, it will help to spoil when the water touches the produce. So that's another issue. Immature produce. Sometimes you cut the mangoes and they're white like a sheet of paper. Can't continue like that. We have to wait on the things until they are mature. You're damaging the reputation of Jamaican products. Yes. Special requirement for some products for other international trading partners. Just like I said, like the mangoes. Some persons can't meet these requirements, so the amount of persons sending mangoes from mangoes started entering the US is just 2 exporters we have tapping into that market, and we have a lot of US exporters. We really need more exporters to tap into these markets. Reduce shelf life of treated produce. For example, pepper. Once you add that gas to the pepper, it's gonna break down faster. So that's one major pain that we need to overcome, the treatment of produce. Logistics. The unavailability of flight. This is a cry for all exporters. You will book with the airline, everything is all right, you turn up, airline cancel. Some passengers come with a lot of bags, they have to throw off the export commodities. Imagine you have 100 boxes of callaloo on the ground, and then you are told, can't accommodate your callaloo. You put it on the cold storage, but when it comes off the cold storage another day or 2, the leaves start to fall off. Right? Also, some of these markets, we have those markets, but guess what? There are no flights to access these markets. So you're showing us the markets, but we don't have the flight to take it there. I know of an exporter that had a market in China with yams, but the time it takes for the yam to go to China and the rigmarole where it have to go through, when the yams reach, the yams were like somebody was beating it. So the whole logistics of sending to these markets, sometimes it's not cost effective, and there's no flight to take it there. So that's another angle where the ministry will have to. We see flights coming from Belgium, but these flights are not taking cargo. Flights are coming in with tourists, but they are not taking cargo. So we need to tap into these flights and find out if they can take some cargo, because it's a direct flight, so the produce can reach these markets. The high cost to input the usage of lures and traps to assist farmers to reduce pest population in the field. These lures and these traps are very expensive. And when you go out and set them in the field, it's a cost. Some farmers, they don't believe in it. And I hope through this medium, who is hearing me, or whoever, if it's social media, you're hearing me, these traps do work, especially if you set the ones for the sweet potato weevil. I'm telling you, 1 or 2 adult weevil in your field can do a damage, a loss of a lot of thousands of dollars, maybe leading up to $1 million if you have a large field. So you need to tap into the technology and the use of these treatment that we have. It's nothing to damage the produce, it's just some trap with some water and the lure to lure the pest. In crawling because it smells something nice, a pheromone, like leading the male, say, yeah, there's a female over there, I'm going to check the female, but when in going in trapping can't come out. So that's the simple, the traps that we are setting. But they are also expensive. So that's another, because we can't reach the amount of farmers that really need these traps. The handling of these produce, post-harvest. As post-harvest is the stage of crop production immediately following harvest, including the cooling down of the product, you're cleaning the product, you're sorting, you're packing, transporting, storage, and handling. That's the whole length of post-harvest handling. Post-harvest is done to maintain quality, appearance, texture, flavor, and the nutritive value of the product, protect food safety, and to reduce losses between harvest and consumption. Harvested produce must not be transported in the open where they are exposed to excess sunlight or rain or anything. You can't harvest a big truck of yams and have it open traveling from Manchester to Montego Bay or from Manchester to Portland. When you reach there with those yams, as an exporter, if you see a middleman turning up at your facility with those yams, immediately you should turn him back. You're not going to accept those yams. Sorry if you pay for them already, but and as exporters too, you must be involved more in your business. You can't operate a business and you're not at the packing house any at all when goods are being received. You must be there to see, or have someone there to see what is coming in, how is it coming in. You know that we have done so much work for you. We have even created a farm for you to just write this information on because we want you to follow these standards so your goods may meet international standard. Ensure produce are in good condition, meeting all grading requirements for export. The washed produce must be dried properly before packaging. Post-harvest chemical treatment should be done immediately after the produce are washed. So you can't wash the yams today, put them to dry, then tomorrow you go dip them. No. You wash the yams, you cut the surface, you dip, and put it to dry. So your next stage will be packaging after drying. Ensure proper handling of produce during grading and starting. You can't be throwing the yams or the potatoes from one box here to over there. By the time you throw and it brews and start, it will damage the produce. Especially citrus. Sometimes you're doing the inspection from you open the box, you start to smell something sour. The citrus starts to spoil because the handling, the rough handling, is throwing from one container to the next. All right. Instances for rejecting produce. Produce are rejected to these are some of the following reasons. The list is not exhaustive. Actionable pests, like the fruit fly larvae in mangoes. Once the inspector is at the facility doing the inspection and they're cutting their mangoes and they're seeing these fruit fly larvae, then you know that shipment cannot enter the US, right? Produce overrun with non-quarantine pests. For example, thrips and pepper going to Canada. You see 1 and 2 thrips, you won't reject for that going to Canada. But if when you open the box, the thrips is more than the pepper in there, you have to do a rejection for that. Sorry, it may be harsh, but it has to be rejected. Poor quality produce, such as the immature produce, physical damage, and so forth, you have to reject when it is excessive. Contaminated produce. I was inspecting pumpkin one time, and I smelled something on the bag, it was engine oil. I'm like, woo. Paint. We recommend that you don't use paint to paint even pallets. That's one of the reasons we move from wooden tables, wooden pallets, and tell you that you have to use stainless steel or plastic because the wood absorbs the paint, and then yam is so absorbent. When you put the wet yam on that painted pallet, it absorbs the chemical and it lasts in the yams, right? Roach, some rat feces. These are some of the contaminants that we find in shipment when we are doing inspection. We recommend that you contact PCA. You have PCA personnel that are certified to do bait stations. Contact them, let them come and set these bait stations as a facility to see what kind of pest is lingering or lighting on your facility, right? And they can help you to get rid of them. Excess soil on the produce. Sometimes the turmeric, I know you don't want to break up the fingers of the turmeric, you want to have the rhizome in good quality, big and flushy. But you have to find a way to get rid of the soil from between the rhizomes. Excess excess pesticide residue on the produce. I've seen yams where the brown changes to yellow. Yes, because you throw the entire yam in the container containing post-harvest chemical and you leave it there. It will absorb the chemical and that will increase the MRL level that is required. So if the MRL level should be at 0.05 parts per million, when you leave that yam in that water, it's going to increase to a higher MRL level. And if that is tested, that is not going to go against you as an exporter only, but against Jamaica. Remember, you are brand Jamaica. And finally, not meeting the country of import requirements like the pepper. Pepper field not certified, we cannot do the inspection and send off your peppers because that's a requirement between Jamaica and the UK that we said we will fulfill this part. We are going to inspect the pepper field, we are going to certify it, and then the exporter can purchase these peppers from the farmers. Callaloo just the same, callaloo entering into the US, the field has to be certified before the callaloos can be purchased for export. And this is my 15 minutes of fame. Thank you very much. I hope you learned something.
No, I know you can do better than that though. This presentation, when you talk about on point, it's as real as Uncle Tony's mangoes. Poor Uncle Tony, boy, may I tell you. Now, Ms. Johnson, you were so amazing in your presentation and so on point that I think we need to ask the audience a question, courtesy of you. So I want you to ask them something that you think that they should have paid attention to, some valuable piece of information that you gave, and you want to see who was paying attention to it, all right? Okay. Here we go.
What is the name of the post-harvest chemical that is approved for use for produce going to the UK? I should have said you should. You are. Exactly. I should. Over this side. Over this side. Over this side. You know that she not qualify either. She's an exporter. No man, we. I'm gonna ask another.
Can we have another question, please? And also all exporters, people who are already sending them things to foreign, you're not eligible for entry. Okay, here we go.
All right, an easy one. Tell me one of the legislation that plant quarantine functions under. One of the legislation, plant quarantine functions under two major legislation. There's a hand over there. Go ahead. Oh, the mic.
The microphone is coming over because we have online audience.
The Plant Quarantine Act.
Very good.
Congratulations. That is correct. Turn off your microphone. Thank you so much. There you go. Thank you again, Miss Solange Johnson. And if they wanted to get in contact with you, Miss Johnson? Plant Quarantine Inspection Branch located at? Okay, head office at Hope Road, and they have two offices, one at Norman Manley International Airport and one at Sangsas International Airport. And they have numbers and they're online. Please contact them. In fact, your things them cannot leave the country if you don't deal with them. So hey, vital to the process. And again, we're inviting you all to scan the QR code at the back of the program to get the information that you need and also to submit your information so we can send you the relevant documents, etc. that you may need, all right? All right, so we covered a while ago plants and plant products. We're going to be looking at export procedures for animal and animal products, right? So we're doing much more than the potato, yam, busy, mangoes. We're looking at exporting beef, pork, fish, conch, and lobster, and so many more options, right? Dr. Simone Martin Shaw and Dr. Mishka Stennett from the Veterinary Services Division, they're here to give us the full breakdown of how we can ship out our animal products and our animals as well. Please put your hands together for her, please.
right, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Simone Martin Shaw, and my colleague, Dr. Mishka Stennett, is also here with me, and we'll be discussing the role of the veterinary services in the export facilitation of animal and animal products. Okay. All right, so our presentation will look at the advantages of export, but a lot of our colleagues that went before us today spoke about the advantages of export. Why are veterinary services important in the export of animal and animal products? Which laws, regulations, and international standards are relevant to the export of animals and animal products in Jamaica? Export procedures for terrestrial animals, and when I say terrestrial, I mean land animals and their products, and export procedures for aquatic animals and their products. And that section dealing with aquatic animals will be covered by Dr. Stennett. Oh, okay, all right. So, as I said before, a lot of the presentations before our presentation would have discussed a lot of the benefits of export. And of course, you know, you have the advantages of increased market access. It's, you know, business profit and growth for local producers, economic growth and stability for the country, competitiveness, and increased revenue. So why are veterinary services important in the export of animal and animal products? And just frankly speaking, the regulations concerning the movement of animals and animal products globally is just very stringent. And one of the main reasons is that animals and humans, we do share a very unique relationship, and unique to the point where sometimes there are some diseases that animals can get that can pass to humans. We call these diseases zoonotic diseases. And even with COVID, we found that, you know, COVID was to some extent, you had some kind of zoonotic potential because it did affect animals. And I'm not too certain, I can't recall, you may have had issues where it is that the disease would have moved from pets to their owners. So we have to be very cognizant of that. And another significant reason is the compliance with international standards. Plant Quarantine spoke a lot about that. And Plant Quarantine and Vet Services Division, we do similar things. They do plants, of course, and we do animals. And the international standards, we have to ensure compliance to ensure that we prevent the spread and introduction of diseases. We ensure that the humane treatment of animals during transport and handling. You do have situations where consumers want to know that the food that they're eating, the food that was produced, came from animals that were not harmed, whether it's during transport or during slaughter. And also to ensure that exporters fulfill the specific requirements of the importing country or the destination country where the products are going to. So the VSD in Jamaica is the division or is the technical arm of the ministry that oversees national animal health and welfare, and we're one of 6 technical departments in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. The VSD is charged with promoting food safety and international trade in animals and their products. And we do this by issuing permits for import. And you may wonder, why am I talking about issuing permits for import? But what we import affects what we export. Because if we're importing products that don't meet the necessary international standards and we allow products to come in that may have diseases of concern, it affects our ability to export. It affects our animal health population, and it also affects our ability to access markets. Inspection of food and farms, food processing facilities and farms, also very important, because a part of the farm to fork continuum, regulators are interested in what is happening at the farm, traceability. So that's very important. International health certification for live animals and animal products. also extremely important because our signature, our document, or certification that we issue for the products is assuring the importing country that the products are fit for human consumption and free from transboundary animal diseases, which are diseases that affect economically a country's GDP and revenue earnings. Port and field surveillance. So we go out to make sure that there are certain diseases that we don't have. Diagnosis of animal diseases and residue analysis. These are certain microbial tests, either residue testing that we have to do to be able to comply with international standards. National Animal Emergency Disease Response, and you can liken this and think of this as how we responded when we were responding to COVID, but on the animal side. Monitoring our ports of entry and disposal of international garbage, also very important because remember, we're an island, we don't share borders with anybody, and we need to be very certain as to what is coming into our borders, as again, it affects your ability to export. And what gives us the authority to do or to carry out the functions that we are able to carry out? The Animal Disease and Importation Act is our main act. The Aquaculture, Inland, Marine Products and Byproducts Inspection and Licensing Act, and that deals mainly with aquatic products, and the Meat and Meat Byproducts Act. So our international partners, you heard my colleague speak before about IPPC. Our international standard setting body is called the World Organization for Animal Health. And also we do take standards as it relates to food safety from Codex, which is an initiative between the Food Agricultural Organization and the WHO. So these bodies will set standards, and we're guided by these standards, and they're all science-based, and they basically help us to help exporters meet the necessary requirements for those importing countries. So I'm going to just get right into the meat of the matter now and speak about the VSD export process for land animals and their products. All right, so this is a picture of just some of the commodities that we do export currently. And this is not all, this is just some. So live animals, we don't export live animals, I would say, regularly. But it does happen. So and most of what we're exporting to is regionally. Regionally because those markets are a little bit easier to access. The US market, the UK market, the Canadian market, very stringent markets. So it's a little bit more difficult to get into these markets for live animals. But regionally, we've exported pigs, we've exported goats, we've exported cows, and when Trinidad was more vibrant in terms of horse racing, we would export horses to reside permanently there, and also we do have competitive racing, so sometimes we do have movement of horses for competitive racing. For animal products, we export cheese, we export a lot of dairy products, or Vienna sausages, chicken, and we should be very proud of this. It is, even though it is exported regionally, it is product of Jamaica, really and truly product of Jamaica. Some of the other products, you might find that the raw materials are coming from other countries. And remember, go back to when I said import affects export. So some of these raw materials will come from other countries and they go into these final products. And sometimes it's the requirement of the importing country. Even for our patties, it's exported regionally, but and just for an example, the beef that goes into the beef patty, you may find that the importing country may demand that because we don't have proper traceability with maybe our cows, they want to make sure that the beef that's going into their product is coming from an approved country. So that's why I said sometimes import affects export. All right, so we're going to talk about live animals now. And usually the initial process is that the potential exporter emails the intent to export the live animal. So the exporter will submit to the permit office, which is within the division that's the section of the division that deals with import and export and mostly trade. the import requirements from the importing country. So the importer will now send us this document that comes from the equivalent veterinary services in that country, and the vet services team will review it. So the team can consist of our lab staff, because they need to tell us, can we do the testings here? Do we need to send them overseas? The epidemiologist, he or she will determine whether or not we can state that Jamaica is free of foot and mouth disease, avian influenza, NEPA, depending on what you want to export. If this product, if this live animal falls under CITES and needs a special permit from them. And fisheries division, sometimes we need to also collaborate with them and get their permissions for certain things. Dr. Stennett will talk a little bit more about that as well. All right, so if VSD is capable of fulfilling the export criteria of the destination country, we will communicate this to the exporter, and the exporter will complete the application for export health certificate form, okay? This form can be found online on our website. So the pre-export quarantine will start. So say the importing country, say you're exporting goats, and the importing country is saying that the animals must be in quarantine for 45 days before embarkation. So we will go to the farm, or we will identify a place where it is the animals will be quarantined, and we will start quarantine. And over the 45 days, we will be supervising, inspecting. We will have officers going to this facility every single day throughout that 45 days to make sure that the exporter is in compliance, okay? During that 45 days, they will be asking for testing. Definitely, we know that for sure. Most of the time, we will be able to do the testing here. If not, we may need to send overseas to an international accredited lab to ensure that whatever they're asking us to certify the absence of whatever disease, we're able to do so. They may ask for certain treatments, they may ask for certain vaccines, and of course, all of this is done within 45 days, okay? If during this time an animal is found positive for the disease, so if you're exporting 40 goats, and even one, because they're all in quarantine, they're treated as one, and even one animal is found positive for a disease, as my colleague would say, I'm sorry, but the process stops. So, I mean, you would probably have spent a certain amount of money. I mean, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. If a positive is found, even in just one animal, there's no isolation of the others. The process just stops right here, okay? If not, if all animals are okay and have passed the necessary tests and done the necessary treatments, then we go on to prepare the zoo sanitary certificate of health, okay? This is usually prepared within 72 hours of export, and on the day of export, the day of embarkation and loading, you do have a veterinary officer who is at the airport, who is also examining the animals. We usually transport the animals from quarantine to the airport. Usually they leave by the airport, and at the point of embarkation, the animals are again examined, they're certified again. So you have two documents that are going. So you have the zoo sanitary certificate and the embarkation certificate, because we're telling the importers that the animals, we saw the animals at the point of embarkation and they're okay. They met the necessary requirements to go. So if the VSD team meets and we realize that we're unable to meet the export criteria for the destination country, it can initiate government-to-government negotiations. So their vet services and our vet services will meet and talk, and we'll see how it is that we can probably figure out some challenges. But most times, the export process stops, because what they want us to meet, it's probably to state freedom from certain diseases or certain situations, which we probably cannot meet. All right, so for terrestrial animal products, so this is your chicken parts, your Vienna sausage, your patties, your dairy products, your milk beverage. For this process, usually the processing facilities, so the food processing establishments, are usually registered and monitored by the VSD. And once you're registered, these facilities are approved. So we do this by inspecting the facilities. And there are certain things that we will look for. We'll look to see if you have proper good management practices in place, proper SOPs in place. So we're looking at your cleaning schedule, we're looking at your pest control schedule. So we go there and we do our necessary inspection. We'll tell you exactly where you're falling short. And once your facility is able to correct the deficiencies, then your facility is usually registered. And we monitor on an annual basis throughout the year, annually. So you are now ready to export your product, so you will submit the requirements from the importing country. Again, just like live animals. And again, it's reviewed by the VSE team to ensure that we're able to meet these requirements. If we're unable to meet the requirements, again, we can have government-to-government negotiations from vet services to vet services to see if we're able to come to some kind of agreement. Maybe they may ask us to do an additional test or something like that. If not, then the process stops again. Just one example, one of the biggest things is trying to export our patties to the US market. The process is a non-starter from the get-go because the US has this massive, literally massive questionnaire this big. And once you start going through it, you realize that, all right, it don't make any sense. We can't. So, I mean, there are challenges for each country. It's not a situation where it is that everybody is painted with the same brush. Each country has a right to defend their border and defend their animal health population because, and just as, again, another example, you have, some of these countries have very big industries. So right now within the region, we're under attack from highly pathogenic avian influenza. Everybody would watch news and say that they can hardly get eggs because once that disease is present in a farm or present on a farm in the US, they have to cull. So that's why it is that you have situations where it is that you can't access, they can't get eggs, and they have to cull the thousands and thousands of birds in the population. We're also under threat from African swine fever. Our neighbor has it, Haiti has it, Damrep has it. We don't have a massive pork industry, but Jamaicans love jerk pork. African swine fever getting here means that you massively affect that product. So you want to be able to protect your borders. You want to be able to make sure that you limit disease entry. And even for a country like the US, which is probably one of the third largest exporters of pork, they're not going to take any risk with that. If we're able now to meet the requirements for export, the exporter will submit whatever lab results for microbial analysis or commercial sterility testing. And then once all of those are reviewed and all is well, then we will prepare the health certificate for export. And that's where I end, and this is where Dr. Sennett starts. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't have much to add. Dr. Martin covered the topic very, very well. So I'm just going to talk about the fishery product side. So basically it was what Dr. Martin spoke of, but in addition to the processing establishment being licensed or registered, we also have to ensure that the vessels that go to sea are properly licensed by the competent authority, which is the Veterinary Services Division. So these are the major products, fishery products that are exported currently. I'm not going to talk about re-export, which is the process Dr. Martin mentioned where we import and then repackage or maybe do a little processing and then export again. These products are the ones that are grown in Jamaican waters, harvested by Jamaican vessels, processed by Jamaican facilities, and then exported. So the top left-hand side is, everybody knows what that animal is? Conch in the shell. That's the live animal. That's what it looks like. Still attached to the shell. A lot of made-up faces, but yeah, that's the live animal there. And beside it is when it's removed from the shell, and it is now a product because it is a dead animal. So once it's dead, we call it a product, right? The top right is the live lobster, and right below that is lobster product. That's whole lobster. Sometimes they'll take off the head, and they'll call it lobster tail. And then sometimes they'll scoop the meat out of the head, and that's lobster meat. And that will go in your chowders and your stuff. Stop making up your face. Right, so the bottom left, that is sea cucumber, right? A lot of people believe that it's a plant because it's cucumber, but it's actually, it's a product. Usually that's how it looks when it is recently harvested. Once it is dried and salted, it's like tough like a stone. You could like stone somebody with it. That particular one, I had promised I wasn't going to give the name, but that one particular one is called Donkey Dong, right? Yeah, that is one of the favorite ones. So these products are exported mostly, I must say, to the EU. The conch, 99% of the conch that we harvest from Jamaica is exported to the French territories. So that's like France, Martinique, Guadeloupe. The lobster products mostly go to the EU as well, but they also go to the Caribbean and the US. The sea cucumber, mostly to China. It's mostly 99.9% goes to China. Oh, and the live lobster, we also have a very good export of live lobster to China. We're trying to get the conch into China as well, but it's taking a little time, but it's going to happen. Right, so Dr. Martin mentioned the act for the fishery products. Anything coming out of the sea, any animals or animal products coming from the sea are controlled by the Aquaculture Inland Marine Products and Byproducts Act, regulations, and its many, many amendments. The process starts with the licensing or registration of the vessels and the processing establishment. It is actually gazetted under our act. I put the picture there because many times I have run-ins with potential exporters who believe that we're just making up these things. They're actually following the act. It's actually number 3, that an application for a license to operate a vessel or a processing plant must follow this Form 3 that is on the, Form 5, sorry, that's on the left-hand side. I have copies of these forms if anybody's interested. I have some at my table at the back if you'd like to carry it with you. So the licensing procedure, unfortunately, attracts a fee. For vessels, it is $105,000 for the year. And you don't pay anything after that year, but it's renewable annually. And for processing plants, it's $123,000. It is broken up, the fee itself, that large fee, is broken up into different components, which includes inspection. We have to, of course, like I said, inspect the vessel and inspect the processing plant. Before we do the inspection, however, there are documents that have to be submitted to the competent authority. For a freezer vessel, it would be, for example, the proof that you have a fishing license from the NFA, from National Fisheries Authority. It would be proof that you have some sort of food safety system, GMP or a HACCP plan on that vessel. For the processing plant, it's a lot more strict because this is your end product. This is a product that's actually going to be exported. So you have to have proof of your public health license from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. You have to have your food handler's permits. You have to have a water commission statement, something that says that the water is potable. You're going to have pest control program and proof of monitoring of your pest control. And I'm not talking, you know, once I got a plan that said that a cat is on the properties to control the rats. You know, nothing like that. An actual proper pest control company comes in, sets up traps, and, you know, reviews the predation, you know, challenges over the year, etc. So once we have received these documents and we've vetted them,
We then will go out and do the inspection. Once we have received the application under Section 11 of the Act, we proceed to an inspection of the vessel. This mentions a factory vessel. A factory vessel is basically a combination of a freezer vessel and a processing plant. We currently don't have any factory vessels in Jamaica, so right now we only do the freezer vessel or a carrier vessel. And the difference between a carrier vessel and a freezer vessel is carrier vessel doesn't have a freezer. But the food safety standards are exactly the same. Right, so you should know that after the competent authority body has a look at the vessel and does the inspection and vets the documents, it then has to go to a committee, which is a body that has been appointed under the Act that will sit and deliberate about the vessel or about the processing plant to determine if this applicant should be given a license to process, a license to operate a vessel, and a license to export. Oh, I mentioned these are the other regulatory agencies. Ministry of Health and Wellness gives you your public health license and your food handling permit. The Maritime Authority of Jamaica gives the small safety vessel certificate for the boat, as well as a registration certificate to show that you are the owner. I didn't mention. The vessel and the processing plant under the Act has to be owned by a Jamaican. So the Act protects us Jamaicans, preventing anybody from other countries to come in and try and get into the export of fishery products. It has to be owned by a Jamaican. You have to show ownership. So the registration from the MAJ is one of those proofs of ownership. And then the National Fisheries Authority, of course, will be giving you your license to harvest the different products. I mentioned these because in the pamphlet that I'm going to give you, it mentions these different verbiage. The export health certificate, self-explanatory. Competent authority is the Veterinary Services Division, and the consignment is any aquaculture, inland, or marine product that you would intend to export. So that's in your package if you'd like to collect from me. So you've gone through everything, you've passed. The veterinary committee has come and said, congratulations, you've been granted a license to export and a license to operate a processing plant or a license to operate a freezer vessel or a carrier vessel. What next? Next, you are going to give us notice that you intend to export. So you're going to write to the director. Right now it is Dr. Sophia Ramlal, and you're going to let her know that you intend to export such and such amount of conch, such and such amount of lobster, and you have done lab tests, and the lab tests are at the lab, and those are the batch results. And we're going to say, okay, we're going to take that notice, and we're going to go back into our logs and say, all right, when was this product harvested? Where was this product harvested from? And I say where because the National Fisheries Authority actually has boundaries for where certain products can be harvested. So if we look at your landing logs and I put the GPS into the computer and I see that it is way out of where Fisheries Authority has allowed fishers to go, I cannot certify that for export. So we look at the landing logs, I look at the temperature logs. Under the Act, all fishery products must be transported or stored at negative 18 degrees or colder. If it goes to negative 16, can give you a little allowance and say, okay, bring the temperature back down as quickly as possible. And at negative 14 or hotter, it cannot go for export, unfortunately. And I know you're gonna say, but it's still, frozen solid. But the assurance that we give to our importing country is that the product has been held at negative 18 degrees or colder. The other thing that we're gonna check is the lab results, mostly for E. coli, salmonella, listeria. Listeria is a big boy. I'm sure you hear in the news many times that there are several recalls for products that have come up with listeria. Listeria causes abortion, stillbirth, very ill sickness, very strong symptoms in people that are immunocompromised. And, like Dr. Martin said, are we sure we can even get the product into the country that we're talking about? I have to tell you, The EU is the hardest set of countries to export to right now, especially for the fishery products. They, for one, change their regulations. It feels like every month there's a new directive or a new regulation that we have to make sure that we can meet. There's always new testing. I remember the other day they sent us a list, not for fishery products, but for honey. It was 35 drugs that we had to certify that the product was free of. We don't even have that testing capability in Jamaica, and the EU wants us to certify this. So that's a very big one. Can we actually meet the requirements of the importing country? So we look at the intention. Like I said, we check that it was harvested properly, we check the lab results, we check the temperature, and if we think everything is great, then consideration is given to, yes, we're gonna let export go. If for some reason at this stage we find that the product is not fit for export, the process is going to stop. Then we will tell you, okay, everything's great, send in your application. So the first thing was your notice. Now you're actually going to send in an application, and that's in a prescribed format. So it's not just writing, emailing, I'd like to send 10 boxes or such and such. You have to actually fill out a form. So once everything is okay, we issue your health certificate. It's for one use only. It lasts for a month, and it's also accompanied by an export license. The export license is going to be collected by customs at the port of embarkation, and the health certificate is going to travel with your consignment. So this is just an example. You have the license on the left and the export health certificate on the right. That's the one for the EU. It's like 10 pages. We're certifying 10 pages. Thank you. That's it for me.
All right, very insightful information there. Give a round of applause, please, for both presenters again. Thank you, Dr. Simone Martin-Shaw and Dr. Mishka Stennett, looking at, of course, the export procedures for animal and animal products. All right, in the interest of time, we're going to keep it going. We have some more presenters to go. We're looking at navigating the customs export process next. So as we know, a critical component of getting our export from port to the globe is through customs. So to advise us on navigating the J-Swift platform is Mr. Andre Williams, Chief Information Officer at the Jamaica Customs Agency. Please put your hands together for him, please. And we're inviting you again to record your questions and also to scan the back of the program. Please do not forget to do so. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Right, and I understand that there are some time constraints, so I'll try to be brief. So as mentioned, there are formalities to ensure that the regulatory requirements are satisfied, and of course for the export declarations and accompanying documents to be approved by customs and the other authorities. Right. The J-Swift platform, of course, is resulting from the government signing off on the trade facilitation agreement that was back in 2016. And what it does is we have agreed to adopt and implement services to simplify the whole matter of trade. We have just over 20 agencies who are involved in issuing either a license, a permit, or a certificate for the import or exporting of products across our borders. And so J-Swift, of course, the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, was born from this commitment by the government that we would digitize our services for the further simplification for exporters and importers, for that matter. The system allows, of course, for self-registration, and if you are a sole trader, of course, you will be able to complete the registration. If you do have a registered business, you'll be able to associate your individual account with your business, and that also includes any employees who are working with you. And then, of course, you'll be able to access the suite of services that are now being provided by the respective border regulatory agencies. For the purpose of verification, we have also sought to simplify that. So Of course, we are integrated with the Companies Office of Jamaica, the tax administration as well, so we are able to quickly verify TRN details, and also we provide you with a service for online payment, which allows for faster processing of your submissions and any payment of fees. Today we have 13 of the 20 border regulatory agencies included in JSWIFT to provide both import and export services, both to individuals and companies. And there are some services which will run between agencies, so the intent of the system is to ensure that you're presented with one set of requirements, right? And you can complete the application form, and then you submit that once, and it goes to either one or multiple agencies. So this is what it looks like from a global perspective. These are all the 20 border regulatory agencies falling under the various ministries, Plant Quarantine, and the Veterinary Services Division, Agricultural Services Unit, JACRO, are all from the MOA. We have the other departments under the Ministry of Health, and so on and so forth. Trade Board Limited as well, which falls under MIIC, and of course M&S and others. To date, as we look at the export landscape, there are 13 of the 20, those 20 agencies do actually issue an approval, whether it's a license, a permit, or a certificate for the movement of goods or outbound goods or exporting. And thus far, 21 of those, we have those services now available from JSWIFT for 13 of those agencies. But in total, there are 62 different commodities that are regulated and will require some form of approval from one or more of those regulatory agencies. These are the services that we would have implemented in JSWIFT, and that's the date in which they would have been made available. Of course, all the services from the Trade Board Limited were the first to be digitized, so all their export services. And of course, we have the FLA VSD for aquatic. That service is available via JSWIFT, so you made that application online, made the payment, and you receive the approval once once your application has been finalized. And we also have services to be introduced. We'll speak about that in a minute or two. These are the remaining services that we're now working on, and Dr. Stennett mentioned some of those for the aquatic products. NEPA is also a part of that processing as well. There is an approval that is required by NEPA. And so we seek to simplify that, so you'll be submitting one application which will be routed between the multiple parties. And that improves on the turnaround time to obtain those approvals. An earlier presenter had mentioned about preferential entry into countries of import, and so the certificates of origin, which of course are issued by the Trade Board Limited, are also available through the JSWIFT, and that is how you currently obtain the certificate of origin via the JSWIFT platform. You make the application and complete payment, and that's pretty much a same-day service. We have seen where the data shows just about a 4 or 5 hour turnaround time for about 70 or 80% of those applications. In addition to that, you'll get in your approval, you'll get the electronic certificate of origin, which is downloadable in PDF form, which can now be sent to the importing country, and all our documents will bear a QR code, which is verifiable by the receiving country. And the CARICOM invoice is also produced by the system. So it really simplifies things. You make a single application, and you'll get the necessary documentation as a part of your response or approval, which you will send to the importer, which presents that to the Customs Authority. And we have seen that this has aided for fast approvals at the ports of import for our traders. I think, Carl, we have seen the improvements in regards to a faster processing time from the importing countries as well. And these are just some of the services, just moving through quickly in the interest of time. We've just introduced export services for JACRO, which also runs with the Ministry of Agriculture as well. Where it concerns Veterinary Services Division, these are the services that have been built out and are to be implemented. As mentioned by Dr. Stennett, the aquatic services are currently available, both for fishery and fishery products as well. The terrestrial, or land animals and animal products, those will be introduced along with the import services. For the Plant Quarantine Produce Inspection branch, as was mentioned also by a previous presenter, the whole matter of the packing house certification, packing house usage, and your applications for phytosanitary certificate or issuance of a phytosanitary certificate and also if fumigation is required, that will become a single service as well in JSWIFT. We understand the challenges now being experienced by the officers who have to produce these in manual format. We'll be able to apply, and at the end of the process, that information along with what has been used for fumigation, etc., will now produce that phytosanitary and fumigation certificate at the end of the process. You'll be able to pay online as well, and that of course is going to be a tremendous improvement in terms of reducing the processing time and giving you the documents that are required once they are satisfied with the requirements. And of course, on the import side as well, we already have the services for the Plant Quarantine Produce Inspection Branch that is included on JSWIFT. And this is just what shows what the system will produce, the phytosanitary certificate and fumigation certificate that would be required by the importing country. As a next step, we'll also be seeking to do integration with the GENS system, and that of course is to further simplify things where the approvals coming from the local authority here can also be sent to the recipient or to this international system, and then of course the importing country will be able to verify that. All of this aids in terms of faster throughput of your exports into the importing country. When information becomes verifiable directly from the authority, we see a massive reduction in the difficulties for our exporters. And of course, this is just a synopsis. As we said, there's really no need to print the documents. They're all in PDF. These approvals are also being passed in real time into the customs management system. So we at customs are receiving these in real time. So when your broker does the export declaration, they're simply referencing the information again. They're not uploading it or having to enter it. And of course, as we mentioned, the QR code on each of the documents can be verified, whether it's import or export, by the respective authorities. And this adds a tremendous amount of credibility and simplifying the services for our importers and exporters. Online payment as well, that is the preference, and that is available to everyone. So whether you're paying for an inspection fee or for the application, you use our online payment service, and that immediately assigns it to one of the processing officers within that border regulatory agency. And again, there's no need to move or to leave your office or home. You can do this on your mobile or any smartphone or laptop, and you are able to submit and pay and receive your approval. And of course, there's an electronic workflow for the respective agencies, so it's one ecosystem consisting of an end-to-end service. That application, as we said, goes in real time from JSWIFT into the ASCUDA system. So we're talking about the electronic movement of data. For the services that are outside JSWIFT now, you have to pass that document to your broker who has to bring it to us. And we don't want anyone to be coming there, right? That is when you're presenting the goods either for inspection or for approval to export. And so we seek to complete the additional services so that information can pass seamlessly. Your broker can turn up with the goods, it is examined and then approved for loading on the aircraft or vessel, as the case may be. All right, so that of course is to simplify trade while ensuring that there are no additional costs. We have seen a massive reduction in the cost for the services that are there because you can simply access them from the comfort of your home and office. All right, so I think that is it in regards to my time. In the ASCUDA system, let's quickly mention the ASCUDA system. We have over 19 border regulatory agencies to include us customs that we either provide services or are integrated with, and of course this allows for faster processing of your export declarations with us and for free movement of the goods. Exporters also are privy to access to the ASCUDA system to complete your own export declaration, and that's one of the services that we have been providing to exporters to reduce the costs so you can export at will as well. Right, freight forwarders, agents, of course we have over 10,000 users in the ASCUDA system, and for JSWIFT, in excess of 11,000 traders who are registered for those services. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is it for me in way of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good information there. Good information, Mr. Andre Williams, Chief Information Officer at the Jamaica Customs Agency. Now, for the persons who may want to get the slides, the presentations that have gone already, including the ones to come, when you scan the back of your program, that QR code takes you to a form that asks you for your feedback on the day and some other questions. But it also asks of you to give the email address If you don't want to put your email address on that, you can actually go to the front. That lady right there in the black and white jacket, there she is. It's optional on this form. But if you want to give us your email address so we can get all these presentations to you, the lady at the front there, she has a form, a physical form, and you can write your email addresses on that form, and we'll send all the presentations for today to you. So for the persons who have been filling up their phones by taking pictures, and your iCloud is filling up and your storage is going, and you're like, oh my God, I can't take no more pictures. Don't worry, we got you. Don't worry, we have your back, all right? Okay, here we go. We're moving on. Trade Board at your service. The Jamaica Trade Board plays a critical role in facilitating our exports. Our next speaker, Mr. Carl Morgan, Director, Information Systems and Records Management, and also the team, they'll be outlining how the Trade Board serves our exporters. So put your hands together. There are still some persons left here in the room who are serious about their business. Give Carl the welcome he deserves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to be as brief as I can in the interest of time. This wireless presenter here doesn't seem to want to cooperate with me at all. Okay. All right, so I won't bore you with all of what we do. What I'm going to do is to skip ahead to some of the initiatives that we have been undertaking recently. The Jamaica Trade Information Portal was launched in 2019, and it is in the same way, J-SWIFT is a fulfillment of one of the requirements of the Trade Facilitation Agreement that Jamaica is party to. The Trade Portal is also one of those requirements, and that was implemented back in 2019. Now, what is the Jamaica Trade Information Portal? It's a comprehensive source of regulatory information related to all cross-border trade on a single, easily searchable platform. And 24 entities contribute content to the portal. Let me skip ahead. The benefits to be derived from the portal improve the transparency and predictability and availability of trade-related information. That's on the government side. Increase the level of compliance to legislation and regulation and the speed at which business may be transacted, and reduce the cost of doing business and bureaucracy. Now, last May, we launched Export Jamaica, which is a global market intelligence and compliance gateway. Now, the initiatives that we have undertaken recently are geared towards increasing exports. And Export Jamaica is one of those key initiatives that we launched to gear towards increasing export. In a lot of ways, Export Jamaica is like a complete marketing department in a single website. And so those persons, even a small sole trader, doesn't need to have an entire marketing department to get his goods to be exported overseas. It's geared towards existing exporters, potential exporters, local manufacturers looking to source raw material, and government entities that support export process. Users can discover new and potential markets for their products, including potential buyers and business opportunities. Users can find market information such as custom duties, access requirements, and procedures for goods entering into other countries. Users can ascertain import and export compliance requirements, some of the things that we have been talking about in this forum. and users can access tools to aid in the calculation and the conversion of export information. There are 3 modules, key modules in the portal: explore new markets, engage businesses, customs and compliance. And each of those modules is then broken down into different areas. As you can see, for explore new markets, best countries to trade. And this is done by products. So if you want to export some ginger and you're looking for a market for your ginger, this is the place to go to. You'll find country profiles, the legal requirements, all of that information is right there in the portal. I won't go into all the details, it's there, and when you have the presentation, you can explore some of these yourself. But it's a pretty comprehensive tool. One of the things I usually like to highlight about the tool is that you can even, if you identify a potential business partner, you can actually do research on that business partner to see if they're actually legitimate. All right? At the launch, one of the stories that was told at our launch was that an actual experience from one of our exporters. You know, they went to meet a potential business partner in another country in Central America, and when they got to the location that they were to meet, it was a bus stop. Export Jamaica will help to prevent that kind of stuff. I mean, you'll find information if a potential business entity is blacklisted by Interpol, the US State Department, you name it. So it allows you to do that kind of research on your potential business partners. So let me skip ahead to the tool that we launched most recently, about a month ago now, which is Export Academy. And this is essentially the reason why we launched Export Academy. That is how a lot of potential exporters feel about the export process. That it is a convoluted mess, as is depicted in this graphic. And so the Export Academy was designed to demystify the export process. What is Export Academy? It is a free digital learning platform that provides training, information, and other resources that will give new and existing exporters, manufacturers, and producers the skills, knowledge, and confidence to start exporting to customers around the world. And the Export Academy links back to all the other resources that we have available. Now, at the core of the Export Academy is a tool that is designed to assess the gap in knowledge that an exporter or a potential exporter may have. And the built-in algorithm will then take you on a path of learning to fill that gap. Another key component of the Academy is our resource library, and we have been pulling resources into that from the different government entities. Everybody who's involved in the export process, we are pulling all of those resources, training materials from around the world, from right here in Jamaica, into the library, so that once you get into this platform, you want to learn to export, this is the place to go. I'm going to skip through that quickly. So let me skip that. And I think I'll skip this as well, because some of this is things that you can go through on your own when you get the presentation. The last initiative I want to mention before my colleague Okeem Thomas comes and does a very quick presentation on the trade agreements. It's a project that we started several years ago, Step Up Exports with Trade Agreements. And the primary objectives are to promote the benefits of the 9 trade agreements that are managed by the Trade Board, increase awareness of the underutilized or inactive trade agreements, and we have a few. We signed these trade agreements, and your goods can benefit from preferential entry into these markets, and we're not utilizing them. And the primary methodology is to directly engage manufacturers and exporters and potential exporters through site visits and interactive sessions. And that is what this project is geared towards. So I'm going to now turn over to my colleague, Ms. Okeem Thomas, to speak about the benefits to be had under these 9 trade agreements.
Hi, pleasant afternoon, everyone. I'll just briefly go through the export certification process from the Trade Board Limited's point of view. So, our main function as the export certification department for the Trade Board Limited is we are the Jamaican Certified Authority for Select Trade Agreements. We are the administrators for Rules of Origin. We verify product analysis, and we issue certificates of origin and letters of origin. So by now, I just want to highlight the trade agreements that falls under our mandate. So as you can see, those are CARICOM, Caribbean Basin Initiative, CaribCan, General System of Preference, and then we have trade agreements with 5 Spanish-speaking countries, which are Venezuela, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, and Cuba. So why utilize these trade agreements? By now, you'd be aware of some of these. I'm just going to highlight a few. You'll have minimal inspection on arrival at various ports, minimize rejection, and the big one, pay no to low duty, and you'll have better investment opportunities, reduce restrictions on imports and export, which can make trading easier and cheaper. So there are 5 ways to qualify utilizing these trade agreements. The main one for the purpose of this event would have been wholly produced. We're looking at agricultural products, live animals. Most of these items would fall under wholly produced as a qualifying criteria for these 9 trade agreements. So as you mentioned, the treaty would have said vegetables and fruits harvested within the region automatically qualifies as a wholly produced item, live animals, as well as aquatic animals caught within our territorial waters. The beauty of this is once your product is considered wholly produced, we know that it automatically qualifies for 4 of these trade agreements. That is CARICOM, CBI going into the United States of America, CaribCan going into Canada, and General System of Preference, which is our trade agreement with other developed European countries across the world. Another qualifying criteria for this purpose would have been changing tariff heading, which is basically once raw materials making up your product has a different HS code from the final product, you're able to qualify into CARICOM. I'll just briefly skip through these. These are the more complicated qualifying criteria. And ultimately, what exporters are looking to obtain is a certificate of origin, which is just a legal document indicating to the receiving country that your goods meets the necessary qualifying criteria under these trade agreements. And now we'll ask, how do I get it? Right? There are 4 steps. We have broken this into 4 steps. 1, you'll submit a completed product analysis form, and you can access this form on our website, or you can even contact anyone at our company requesting for it to be sent to you. Once you have completed this form, step 2 in the process is a verification site visit. This is just a brief walkthrough of your production line if you own a factory. If you're a farmer, would come to your facility and see what your production process is like, looking at your raw material equipment and machining that you utilize. Step 3 in this process is a response letter. So we'll issue a response letter indicating the commodity code on it, and indicating the trade agreements that you qualify for preferential export. And step 4 is where you actually apply for these certificates of origin on the JSwift platform. It's important to know the cost for this certificate of origin is only 1,000 Jamaican dollars per shipment. And if there's any errors to this form, the amendment fee is just 250 Jamaican dollars. So our guaranteed service to process a certificate of origin is just 1 working day. And of course, we have to analyze, and we can only approve if you are granted if you're able to get preferential access under these trade agreements. Another document that we issue is a letter of origin. So for countries that we don't have trade agreements with, but you want a document stating that, hey, my product is of Jamaican origin, you're able to apply for a letter of origin. It doesn't hold the same weight, but for some persons, it's very important to them. You're able to apply for this letter of origin by emailing us at export certification and not on JSwift. You do that by sending us a company letter requesting for the letter, as well as confirmation of payment and the commercial invoice. The cost for this is also $1,000 Jamaican dollars per shipment, and if you need to amend it, it's 250 Jamaican dollars. And we have a technical team at the Export Certification Unit, and if you need us to come to your facility, we can facilitate that. If you need to come to our offices, we can also facilitate that. You can contact us by phone or email, and we can provide necessary technical assistance in regards to any of the trade agreements under our mandate, as well as the rules of origin qualifying criteria. And this is the team, so if you need any contact information for any member of the team, you're able to just get a quick photo before I would leave this stage. I believe this is the last slide. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Akeem Thomas, and thank you so much again to Mr. Carl Morgan. Okay, we are moving on. So, the question, how can we get lands to start farming? That's a big question, right? And now we've heard all of these amazing things, how we can get the stuff out of Jamaica to the world, but we need the lands to start farming. How can we get the lands to start farming? And how can we invest in the sector? Well, I'm very pleased to welcome this lady who's been with us since we started early this morning, Dr. Lily Mae Walter from the Agro-investment Corporation, who is here to give us some really good, vital information on how we can get our hands on some land. Right? Make her welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will be very brief. So, okay, so Agro-investment Corporation, we're the business facilitation arm of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we are your partner for agribusiness success in Jamaica. And we manage the agri-parks, and the agri-parks are public-private partnerships. That is, the government of Jamaica, through Agro-invest, provide investors with land, fully ready with irrigation, proper roads, and drainage, and we expect the investor to come on the land and set up an agribusiness. We also provide the farm technical support, market linkages, we have processing facilities, and we have business facilitation. We will write your business plans, the plans that you need to take to the DBJ or the Exim Bank to let you get money for your agribusiness. We will write them for you at a minimal fee. We also offer investment opportunities. Those are the smaller version of a business plan. Okay, so today we have listened to Jamaica's agri-value proposition. We have heard about all the government support. We have the well-established private sector. We have heard talks about our strategic location and market access. And we have proper research organizations to support your agribusinesses. We have educated workforce from CASE and all those agri institutions. And we have a dynamic sectoral linkage. That means if you're an exporter and you want to get into farming, you can backward linkage into farming. And we're here, we got you. So the opportunities under the face of food, we are proud about the Southern Plain Agricultural Development Project. Now, this project presents 795 hectares of agricultural land outfitted with irrigation, drainage, and proper roads. Now, there are two separate locations. There is the Amity Hall Bridge Pen, which represents 965 acres, and there is the Parnassus. The minister spoke about it being opened soon, and the launch is a month time, and this project was supported by UK CIF and the Caribbean Development Bank. So at the Amity Bridge Pen Agri-Park, in order to improve quality and competitiveness for your export crops, we are inviting private investors to send us proposals for a machinery and equipment hub. We believe mechanization and technology will improve the competitiveness and quality of your products. So we have strategically located in the Amity Hall area with access to the 795 hectares. So you have a captive market with high demands. So we have also a business case. We have worked out how profitable such a venture could be, and based on our estimation, we think that $500,000 US dollars could start such a business. However, we are expecting investors to tailor it to your aspirations. So it could be less, it could be more, based on your proposal. Also, some of the crops that we are promoting, sweet potato is one of them. And when we look at the initial investment, we are asking you, so when you are interested in leasing the land from us, the application is available online at www.agroinvest.gov.jm. When you complete your application, we're expecting you to present to us the market. Where are you going to market this product? We're expecting you to come with a semi-business plan and an implementation plan. And our estimate is that you should be able to let us know that you can afford an initial investment of 4.8 million Jamaican dollars. And you heard a lot about breadfruit today. We're also promoting breadfruit. And for a 20-acre plot, so the agri-park is divided into 5-acre plots and multiple thereof. So the minimum amount of land you can get to lease on the agri-park is 5 acres and multiple of it going up. So for breadfruit, we have calculated that the economic acreage, the acreage that will make you make money, is 20 acres. And the initial investment required is 10.8 million. However, we all know that breadfruit is not ready until year 3 or 4, and after that it reaches maturity. And so we are recommending for these tree crops that you intercrop up to year 3. So up to year 3, you could get quick cash from maybe pumpkin or sweet potato, one of those crops. So we are recommending for the tree crops like breadfruit and ackee that you intercrop up to year 3. And as it pertains to ackee, it's just over 10 million being your initial investment. So you have to prove to Agro-invest that you can afford 10 million to set up this 20-acre project. Mango is another one, and we're talking specifically about St. Julian and East Indian. And we heard all the talks about planting material, and there are approved nurseries that we recommend that you get the planting material, especially for the tree crops. There is onion. Now, onion is an import substitution crop, meaning that we use more, we consume more than we produce. So we are also promoting the production of onion. We're promoting the production of sweet potato. And I will let you know, as I spoke about government support, the ministry have a production incentive programs that gives input towards the production of these crops. Now, to achieve an impressive return on your investment in crop production, remember I said the agri-park is set up to foster production and productivity because we have roads, drainage, and some amount of marketing infrastructure. Now, we recommend when you're submitting your application to us, you identify the crop. Check the availability of clean planting material as that affects yield. We're also recommending a market-driven production. That means you would find your market, and the plant quarantine tells you how to access the overseas market, so you do all your plans and logistics for the product, and then you identify the land. So you would tell us whether you want it in Clarendon or in St. Catherine, one of our projects. And then you would locate reliable capital. And when I say reliable capital, I mean capital that can help you with the startup, for a full crop cycle, and to mitigate against shocks. There may be shocks in the system. You know how risky agriculture is, but good planning, you can mitigate. And then you would revise your business plan. It's always important to revise your business plan, have a budget, track income and expenditures. You keep records, your production records, and always have an expansion and or an exit plan. We're also recommending that you register with RADA. Having registered with RADA would allow you to get all the incentives that the government have available. So RADA registration, once you're in crop production, is of paramount importance. Then good agronomic practices. So you select quality seedling, make sure you conduct your soil test. So even though you would have done research and the general area, you know, what is available, we recommend soil tests. And you know, planting distance, you observe the planting distance recommended. And as much as you can, we recommend the use of technology. And you are to seek, we have a park manager, so you can seek guidance from the park manager. We have cluster coordinators, and also cluster coordinator, we have Ms. Mack over there and Monique, who would help you to find markets. So even though you started out with a market, anything can happen in between and you've lost the market. Contact us, the cluster coordinators, in reasonable time. They can help you to make that market linkage. So those are some of the supports we give at Agro-invest and on our agri-parks. Now, I want to tell you about the first Agri-investment Forum. Under the patronage of the Honorable Floyd Green, Agri-invest and the Ministry of Agriculture is planning an investment forum for June 11 to 13 this year. Now, at this forum, it's going to be hybrid. So we will have 400 people in the room, 150 of them being international, and we will have full participation online. And the objectives, the objective is to stimulate the agricultural sector and the agricultural industry. And the target audience, all of us. it's all our business. And we want to have a lot of networking and deals being made. And after the event, we intend to ramp up investment in agriculture generally. So, ladies and gentlemen, we still have opportunities for persons to come online, persons and companies to come online, come on board as presenters, as sponsors, as exhibitors. So you can reach out to us. The marketing team is over there. I also have a save the date information sheet, and that is it from Agro-Invest. We intend to see you at this investment forum, either in person or online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lily Mae Walder. Thank you so much, Agro-Invest. Very good information. Make sure that you are there at the forum coming up. And she's handing out the save the date information right away. And immediately we're moving on. Financing solutions by the Development Bank of Jamaica. So while some of us might have cash on hand to invest immediately, others of us need to secure financing for upcoming investments in agriculture. The Development Bank of Jamaica is a key partner of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining in providing targeted financing and, of course, much more. And to tell us is Ms. Dan Dormer, agricultural finance specialist, who looked like she's so ready to take the microphone. She's been itching. Please put your hands together for her, please.
Okay, good afternoon. I don't know if it was strategic that I'm here this late, so I hope not to get too many questions. All right. So we are the DBJ. Okay. We're the DBJ, and as you see at the back there, we're the business builder. My presentation has all these areas, but in the interest of time, I'm going to go a little bit fast, and I'll skip out some. As Ms. Bissoon says, you'll get the presentation. All right, so those are all of our products. We have grants, private equity, loans, and of course a credit guarantee. So in agriculture, we always hear we can't find the collateral. The credit guarantee answers that question. Some of our grants that are relevant to the sector are those three there: Gemini, that's with the JBDC, energy audit, that's an important one. And we have non-financial products, loans, of course. As you know, we work through other financial institutions, the microfinance institutions, and over 25 commercial and credit unions. And we have a microloan facility and, of course, the SME facility. And as you know, farmers, we heard today, registration is very important. Even beyond RADA is important to access some of the government support. Ability to go through the financial institution adjudication process. All right, and the general purpose of the loan, except for the microloan, you have the ability to get a loan to refinance existing loan. Credit enhancement facility, won't go through it, enough material is at the back. All right, some of the challenges and solutions in financing agriculture. We talk about high risk, due to weather, pests, low yield, and of course the big gorilla in the room, Prader larceny. And we have in place some risk management strategies that you can employ to reduce the risk. Weak supply chains, of course. There are some ongoing solutions to address those, and we, of course, can do more with farm roads, cold storage, and transportation. Access to markets still remains an issue. Weak business plan, record keeping, AIC just spoke to that, and lack of appropriate structured funding and institutions, And of course, dedicated lines of credit is what DBJ does. Lack of tangible collateral to secure the financing, and the CEF. But you may ask, how is this helping me? And I'm going to look at some scenarios. As we discuss, as I go through the different discourse talking about access to credit. The case of the rotting money, and the person knows who told me that. In a discussion with a senior officer at the ministry, she remarked that the DBJ has money rotting in reference to the perceived high interest rate. Immediately, my brain started to unravel what I thought was a potent message. The truth is, DBJ has brought several products to the market targeting the sector, the latest of which was the $1 billion Agri-business facility launched immediately after COVID. Needless to say, the take-up was very low, woefully low, right? And as such, tomorrow we are launching an initiative to, pivot and provide some capacity building support. The minister is part of that launch tomorrow. But truth be told, we would have suffered a lot of post-harvest loss if it was agriculture produce we were offering. And then the case of government-led policy directive. The Honorable Prime Minister identified the need for financing solution targeting young tradesmen, especially those coming out of Heart Trust NSTA programs. DBJ was tasked with designing a financing instrument to bridge this gap. This led to the design of the $100 million Tradesmen Ownership Opportunity Loan Tool Facility at the back there. Borrowers can access up to $500K through MFIs at 9%, which is unheard of in the MFI market. 6 to 24 months to repay. The take-up is on track to realize it's 100% by June. The case of advocacy are lobby groups. The budget presentations, this recent budget presentation by the Honorable Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition spoke to putting in place mechanisms to enhance access to credit to the MSME sector. It is obvious that both parties have seen the importance of the sector to any growth strategy of the economy. This is as a result of strategic advocacy of the MSME leadership, such as JMA, SBAJ, and so on. The final case is another lobby group. The major players in the poultry sector lobbied the government for support to rehabilitate the sector following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. This justification was the shortage of poultry meat and eggs given the impact of hurricane. Through the DBJ, a $1 billion facility was approved, $800 million in direct loans to the larger farmers and $200 million microline for the smaller farmers. The interest rate to access these loans is a minimum 250 basis points below market rate. So on average, you get these loans at 10% and above. This is at a whopping 7.5%. Context. The DBJ is a development financing institution. A DFI typically wholesales its loan. Given this reality, DBJ is more of a price taker, in that the interest rate that things reaches the final user is out of our control. It cannot impose the interest rate beyond encouraging a specific spread. How are we meeting your needs within these confines? Strengthening relationships and channels. First, we are strategically targeting channels that are more aligned with the agricultural sector. We're working with traditional providers of agricultural credit to strengthen their institutional capacity to provide you the loan. Working with retailers and partners to build confidence in the products provided by the DBJ. We are also diversifying our credit access options, exploring non-traditional methods such as value chain financing and lease financing. An aggressive resource mobilization strategy, such as pursuing the climate financing for the bank's blue-green facility, is one such way we have started the process by doing so. The bank will be able to explore non-traditional lending methods, explore blended financing options, and incentivize access to credit. What is your role in doing so? So what are the lessons we would have learned from those 4 scenarios? That there is strength in numbers. The agriculture sector, and especially the small farmers, need to organize themselves in functional membership organizations. Traditional agriculture benefited from commodity boards that has served them well. These membership organizations will lead the charge in negotiating on your behalf. What we call a domestic food crop sector, or the non-traditional sector, doesn't have that kind of organization. Like the chicken, the poultry industry, all the commodities, sugarcane, though it's no longer around. And then the extension service need to have targeted curriculum and participant selection. Extension service tend to pay a lot of emphasis on the production side of things. Nothing is wrong with that. To some extent, the marketing. But agriculture needs to be treated solely as a business and be deliberate at the services we provide in the agribusiness space. Strengthen financial footprint. Some of our agricultural farmers, stakeholders, you need to know that it's time we take the money from underneath the mattress, stop accepting cash, set up ourselves, do our transaction through the financial institutions, whether we save, we make payments, we transfer money, these kind of things. It helps you, because when you go to the financial institution, there should be something there that says, this is Diane Dormer. My financial footprint is this. I can be trusted or I cannot be trusted. So I may consider you or I may not consider you, depending on what my financial footprint is. So you need to start doing that and take it seriously. And another thing, repurpose government spending. We can possibly use government spending to provide de-risking solutions to unlock credit. This morning I heard about the over $1 billion spent to rehabilitate or redevelop borders. We want to look at those kind of activities and see if private sector has a role in those, and engage public-private partnerships to sort of catalyze and unlock investment within the sector. Thank you. Hope I did not bore.
No, you did not bore us at all, Ms. Dan Dorma. Thank you so much for the information. And again, make sure that you put down your email addresses at the registration desk, all right? All right, we're moving on. Our final presentation, guys. We're going to be taking this one from Mr. Hopeton Nicholson, Manager, Loan Organization and Business Development at the Exim Bank, to tell us more about their offerings and support for business expansion to achieve export growth. Put your hands together for him. Your hands are not that tired. Come on, clap the man, please. Here we go. Thank you so much, Sir Hopeton.
Good afternoon. All right, so I'll be as quick as I can. So thank you everyone for staying and listening. Because you have to save the best for last, right? So Exim is the best thing since sliced bread. Thank you all. Export Expansion Clinic. We noticed that it's under the theme Harvesting Global Opportunities. And I mean, in order for us to grow as a country, we have to export what we produce, right? So Exim, as you know the name suggests, it is the Export-Import Bank of Jamaica, which the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica, which was set up in 1986 by then the late great Edward Seaga. His intention was for things like these, where once the manufacturing sector is there, is for Exim to help to drive that business and to help to nurture the businesses while they're scaling. as well as to provide affordable financing for the businesses to expand. And through EXIM, the products that were developed mainly for exporters included some pre- and post-shipment financing, which is working capital support, receivable insurance protection, sending your goods abroad. You want to know that you can get back to recover your receivables. So you send off your goods, how can I get back, ensure that my money is safe. Also, we know that you have to upgrade, you have to buy new equipment, you have to keep on upgrading based on what is happening with technology as well as what is happening in the manufacturing space. You have sales, marketing, and operational expenses to take care of. You want to ensure that there is some level of facilities that you can use and get financing through. We also look at letters of credit where there's some level of guarantee that once you send your products abroad, then you definitely can get payment for it. So exporters generally ask us some questions. I'll just run through them very quickly. So generally asks, how can you assist me with costs that I may incur when I'm doing some shipment? Pretty much, as I said, the pre-shipment or the post-shipment facilities, there are short-term loans, 160 days is a promissory note type facility. Once you draw down in 180 days, you make a payment. You don't necessarily have to make a monthly payment, right? Inventory, similar type product, still looking at it at very competitive rates. We're looking at protecting your receivables, and your receivables are very important to you because sometimes you give your buyers credit, and you want to ensure that if there's a change in the export policy abroad, or if there is some level of disruption in the buyer's operation and they go bankrupt, that you can get back your funding. And it's also important to note that once there's coverage and the policy is operational, there's also the likelihood of you getting some collateral support. One of the key things is that you're going into a new space, you're going into a new market, you have no idea of who you're dealing with. It's important to know that there are third-party research that can be done through EXIM as a one-off transaction, just to understand more about the buyer and to know the credibility of the buyer. So those are some of the things that we do offer through our trade credit insurance product. Expansion, as I say, EXIM is a direct lender, so we go straight to the businesses. If you want to expand your business, we are here. You can get up to $90 million over 7 years with acceptable collaterals, including equipment, which most other standard financial institutions would not accept. We also understand the importance of cash flow and how long it will take you to start returning on your investment. So we do allow for moratorium up to a 12-month period. As I said, there is a letter of credit which is done through Citibank. So EXIM and Citibank, it's a contractual arrangement between the buyer and the bank to ensure that once your goods or shipment is confirmed, that payment is guaranteed. That's pretty much what it is. So it's also important to provide the requisite documentation in terms of what invoices, what purchase orders, what exactly you send to your buyers. How do you qualify? So generally, we do startups, but it's on a case-by-case basis. We do look at businesses that are registered locally, in business for 2 years. Our focus is mainly on businesses that are classified as small business, which earns between $15 to $75 million in gross revenues. And if you're projecting to do that within the same period or space, then we can also look at it. We look at the financial viability of the business, so the cash flow statements, the financial statements. We try to establish if there are collaterals. For the MSMEs, going through the JMEA membership, there's also special requirements, but there's also special product suites for you that you can access. We know that time is important. We know that cost is important. So we do look at some pre-assessment so to save your time and money, really. As I said, presentation is short and I am done for the day. Thank you so much for listening.
And Hopeton has all his information there except his home address on the screen. Oh, your home address is Turnover, exactly. So if you need to find Hopeton, he's right here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all the presenters. We've made it to the very end. Such awesome, valuable, timely information. We're very, very, very grateful to the ministry for putting this event together. Can you applaud the ministry, please? Yes. First of a series of clinics, and we are doing it in a big way with the launch of course, the portal earlier on, and now the end of a day filled with information. All right, so we're going to have time just to take 2 questions. For the persons who may have questions, not sure if those persons to answer are inside the room, but we'll do our very best because Michelle is still here and Michelle knows the answer for everything. So, we have any questions? We're able to take 2 questions. Anybody? Okay, good. We have one right here.
So we presented about avocados. They said that there was a demand for fresh and dried products. I was just wondering about dried avocados. I don't know if anybody knows about that. Anybody?
Anybody can speak to avocados and the condition they're to be in for export? No?
No.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to be able to get the presentation and get some information for you. We're going to get your contacts.
Okay.
And we're able to give you that information. Thank you so much, Grace Kennedy, for coming. Thank you so much.
There was just one more, sorry.
Go ahead.
This was for Infinity Integrated Communicators.
I think they left.
Market, right. How does a small startup afford the services of their company?
Oh, valuable question. But we're going to ensure that you get in contact with them, all right? For sure. Those are 2 questions. Not sure if anybody else has any more. Has a one question? You have a one question you want to ask? No? Okay. Well, I believe that is it. We do have a vote of thanks to come. We're going to invite Mr. Noel Young from the ministry. He is the International Trade Officer at the Ministry of Agriculture to come forward. He's been on his legs from this morning, 7 o'clock or earlier. So can we clap him, please? Man hard at work.
Hi, everybody. Most of you would have seen an email from me regarding an invitation to this event, so I can thank you personally for showing up. I know a lot of people have already left. They'll get their thank you in email. We really, at the ministry, we are really grateful to our stakeholders for not only participating in events, but giving us an industry to have a ministry around. It really is encouraging to see many of the persons here who have not only been experts in the field for decades, much longer than I've been alive, but persons who are novel to the industries, not only in agriculture. We will have our mining sector that will come on stream as well for the clinics to come. This event is the first of one of many that are really going to change the landscape. As the minister said this morning, we're pivoting to a different face of food, right? We're going in a targeted way to agricultural production, no longer the face of producing and then finding a market. We're identifying the markets for the production. There are several aspects of that which we will take forward in implementing the strategic direction outlined by CTD Parkins, and we depend on all of our stakeholders to come on board to participate. Some of our exporters here, not only will we invite you as a participant to listen to what we have, we want you to take the lead going forward to give the perspectives to our farmers, to the agri-processors, to the other financiers in the industry, to get us to export, because you are the locomotive that is getting us to the globe. So we want you to come and give your perspectives. We had a farmer to my right who had asked about speaking to the exporters to see what you desire and what you want. So going forward, our exporters will play a significant role as the messengers of the practical underground experience for what we need to do as a ministry and as a collective body to really go for growth in our exports. Thank you again for participating. We will be in contact with most of you here to get your feedback if you've not provided your feedback, and also to inform the new events that are to come. Again, everybody get home safe. Thank you for coming.
And that is it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. I want to say big thanks again to the ministry, the members of the media, everyone who decided to take the time out to be here, interact, share information, connect. Please do continue to connect and continue to stay tuned to the ministry's platforms. That's the Instagram page, the YouTube page, Facebook, wherever the ministry turns up, you'll find valuable information there. And ensure again that you leave your email addresses right at the entrance. Well, it's going to be your exit now, so that we can send you all the valuable information. It has been my pleasure being your host all day long. My name is Debbie Bistoon. Have a wonderful rest of evening, safe journey home, and big thanks again to Terry Nova for hosting us, all right? Thank you so much. Have a good one. Bye-bye.